Hello, welcome back. I hope you had a nice break. Now we will start the second session, Topic Q, Global Conservation Training Program, Guiding Principles, Contents, Values. In this section, we have 4 presenters with very interesting and important subject. Our first presentation will be presented by Professor Jeongmin Yu, Korea National University of Cultural Heritage. Today, his topic is the regional influence and the international connections of university education, focus on digital heritage. We welcome Professor Jeongmin Yu to the floor.
네, 안녕하세요. 국립한국전통문화대학교 유정민이라고 합니다.
As introduced, my name is Yoo Jeong-min. I'm from the Korea National University of Cultural Heritage. Today I'm going to be talking about the regional impact and the international connections in university curriculums. I will be talking a bit about the characteristics of the digital cultural heritage of Korea, and then move on to discuss the curriculum and the operations of the KNUCH's curriculum. Programs. Currently, I lead the Interactive Digital Heritage Lab, or the IDH Lab, and we focus on digital documentation, virtual restoration, and dissemination. So I'd like to start off by talking about the digital cultural heritage of Korea, focusing mostly around the Suwon Hwasong, which is a World Heritage Site. So the Suwon Hwasong was completed in the 18th century, so it doesn't have that long a history, but it is a very unique fortress that combines the military theories of both the East and the West. It has a fortress wall that surrounds the city with a 6-kilometer fortress wall. It has 4 gates, and each architecture has very unique designs and shows diversities. It is a very extensively documented fortress. The construction, the planning has all been recorded. So using this data and this artifacts, we have presented a digital contents using the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. The first one has produced an AR educational contents. So the user can turn the pages of the ritual recordings to learn in more specifics what kind of construction equipment was used and what kind of construction methods were applied. Another digital contents example is a outdoors mobile AR application. So we used gamification, and this app allows the users to enjoy the Suwon Hwasong as if they are participating in an escape game. So they go around the Hwasong premise and look into the different aspects, the different stories that are hidden behind the different elements. So they enjoy the story as if they're enjoying a game. So we wanted to make sure that the digital contents that we create based on Suwon Hwasong became more interesting, something more creative. We wanted to make sure that it was very distinctively based on the narrative or the stories that the Suwon Hwasong conveyed. We also wanted to make sure that not only the external building itself, but the overall topography, the history behind it, and the stories and the events that took place on the premise was somehow embedded into the digital contents that we are making. So we decided to use one of the paintings that explain the very important activities that took place on the Suwon Hwasong premise. So King Jeongjo, who built the fortress, used this area to host the birthday party for his mother. And in the 8 screen paintings, you have different events from the king leaving the palace, moving to the Suwon Hwasong area, holding the birthday party, and conducting various special events to celebrate the mother's birthday. The same story, or the historical story, is also used as the basic narrative. Various events and festivals that are already being conducted by the city of Suwon and the metropolitan city of Seoul. So in terms of making the digital contents using the Suwon Hwasong, we wanted to make sure that we did a comprehensive historical evidence study and restoration of the topography, architecture, clothing, artifacts, the rituals, and the festive events that took place for the King Jeongjo's travel to the Suwon Hwasong. We also wanted to make a hands-on experience service platform using the augmented reality to provide the users with a very unique digital contents experience. So we worked with experts in diverse interdisciplinary fields, and we were also funded by the government to conduct this study. We did a historical evidence survey for the topography, the clothing, artifacts that are used, what kind of events actually took place, and all of that was used as to present a digital version, a digital content of reenacting the entire program, the event itself. So as for the clothing, we looked at the existing documents, paintings, previous literature that dealt with the contents. So it's been a very extensive survey or study. We looked at the historical records for not only the king himself, but also all of the different ranks of government officials and the noblemen and the people who all participated in the birthday event. We also made sure that things that were not shown in the painting itself, we studied other documents and other data to make sure that those parts were also well restored in our digital contents. We made sure that especially the colors were meticulously surveyed so that all the clothing and the colors that it was conveyed in reflected the historical evidence that has been collected through the different data. As for the topography studies, we compared numerous paintings that depicted the same area to enact the actual landscape to give a very lively environment for the digital contents. The architecture, of course, was the main focus of our restoration. We used the 3D technology to scan all of the different paintings and use that data to recreate a 3D building in our digital contents. So there are also various artistic activities like dance and performances that had been carried out. So we captured their movements using the digital technology and incorporated it in the movements of the digital content figures. So all of these were used as the basic resources, basic data for making the digital contents. Another big element of this program was to reenact the nighttime military training activities. And this AR content uses the 서장대 nighttime training painting as its starting point. And to help the viewers understand the actual spatial layout, we have this model which is linked to the digital format. And if you bring your camera close to the model, you'll be able to see it starts out with an introduction to give the visitors an overview of what this content entails and explains why we wanted to use this particular painting and turn it into a digital content format. It also gives you an enlarged visual of the different details within the painting with an explanation of what each flag, each device, each space or activity entails. So you can have a bird's eye view to see the overall layout of the soldiers, like flags, where the different military training tools are placed and so forth. So again, every single item has gone through strict historical evidence survey, and we believe that this is fit to be used as educational contents. In the paintings, you don't get to see, in the actual paintings, you don't get to see the king himself. But in the AR digital contents, we bring the king and all his men almost to life. They become individual characters dressed in the actual costume that they wore back in those days, what kind of shoes they wore, what they mean, what they were made of. All these information are provided. We then move on to show the viewers how the actual military training was conducted. The military training was conducted in 6 different elements or stages. And this particular scene shows you the fire training exercise. And to reenact the military training, we bring in animation like view, a scene, so you get to see everything from above, and also we have cameras that navigate between the soldiers and their movements to get a more up close look as to how the real training might have looked like. King Jeongjo also enjoyed archery practices with his military men. He also enjoyed fireworks as part of the military training, something for the ordinary people to enjoy along with the king as well. So here we use the last part of the painting from the 8 screen painting series. So here we have the archery exercise. You see the king practicing archery with his men, and of course all the costumes, the layout of the building, and the artifacts are again all based on historical evidence. So as a viewer using the app, you can go around the different parts of the training site. You can also practice archery yourself, pretending to be one of his king's archermen. And then once you're done with your archery practice, you also can join the crowd, the king, to watch the fireworks. The fireworks is created using one of the cannons that the military had. This was originally for military purposes, but for this particular event, the king invited the ordinary people to come out and join the event to enjoy it as if it's like a firework. So as the viewer using this digital content, you can ignite the cannon and set off the beautiful fireworks. And you can move around the site, watch not only the fireworks, but also the people who are marveling at the wonderful sight. So this archery scene has a story of where the king takes care of his military men, but also the ordinary people, as he invites them to become part of the military training at nighttime. So something that is not so evidently shown in the painting, 2D painting alone, is brought to life through this digital content. And another important part of the painting deals with the actual birthday celebration of the king's mother. And we used the augmented reality to bring the birthday event into a more real event. So you're entering the birthday party, and by scanning the painting itself, you are invited into a 3D screen where all of the different characters are lined up. So if you touch one of the characters, it shows you what role this character plays, what kind of clothing they wore, what kinds of weapons or artifacts they carried. So that gives you a detailed element within the big birthday celebration painting. And you can also become one of the, using the metaverse technology, you become one of the characters that join the birthday celebration. So you're running around, walking around, visiting the different locations within the birthday celebration party. You can chat with one of the figures, get instructions. You can approach the actual performance field. Which shows the different performances that were presented for the Queen. So this particular dance you're seeing used to be a private performance, enjoyed in the private sector, but since this particular event has become an event specifically performed for the royal family. So this animation, the dances are actually produced through motion capturing of the actual professional performers, professional dancers who have studied and practiced traditional dance. All the dance movements are also recreated using motion capture technology. As a player in the game, you can approach the king, go up close to him, watch the type of foods that are presented right in front of the king and the king's mother. And as you approach the different parts of the birthday stage, different stories are being told on the screen through the subtitles. And you can see also different figures. One of the famous, the most favored servant of 정약용. And one of the interesting stories that 정약용 tells the visitor is that the king used to have his men drink wine at the birthday party in order to create the festive mood. There are many different technologies that we use to make such AR or XR-related digital contents. So allow me to introduce the actual curriculum and how the curriculum is operated at our university. So we try to teach expertise, knowledge, advanced ICT, and convergent contents to reenact or recreate the digital cultural heritage. So we have the digital planning and the digital production team or studies. We have interdisciplinary studies and in-depth majors. We introduce advanced ICT technology into our actual day-to-day training. So if you want to become a digital contents planning major, you learn about digital contents planning, digital contents design, and digital contents evaluation. And for the cultural technology majors, we study how to document and restore in a virtual world of the digital cultural contents that we have. Management of information and data, its interpretation, experience and education of using the digital contents is also studied as a cultural heritage major. So that was the introduction of our school, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Jung Min-yu, for your interesting presentation. It was a good example of a combination between digital and heritage in university educations. Our next presentation is Dr. Anupam Shah, but now he has some problem further connecting the internet. I think we move to the our third presentation first. So next, our third presenter of this session is Professor Tor Brostrom, Anna Karlstrom, from Uppsala University, Sweden. Today, their topic is critical, practical, or both sustainable education for sustainable conservations. I would like to invite two professors to the floors.
Thank you very much, Boram, and also thank you for inviting us to present today. Yes, according to the title, as you can see, critical, practical, or both, sustainable education for sustainable conservation. It is of importance that, or relevant, that both Professor Tor Broström and I come from different backgrounds. At our department at Uppsala University Conservation, we have a multitude of researchers and teachers with various academic backgrounds, and we present this variety. So I can just briefly introduce myself. I am lecturer in heritage studies and conservation, and I'm primarily working with our international master's program, but I'm also involved in our undergraduate programs. And my professional background and academic background is within humanities and social sciences. I am an archaeologist by training and have been working only in the humanities field, both at university and also with practical building conservation at local authorities and museums in Sweden. So now over to Tor for a short introduction.
Thank you, Anna. I say good morning to you from Sweden. It's 9:20 here, and we're seeing the sun rise above the trees as we speak. My name is Tor Broström. I'm a professor in building conservation. My background is in engineering, mostly related to energy conversion, energy efficiency. But most of my professional career, I've been working with historic buildings. My research and teaching concerns energy efficiency, indoor climate, and climate change adaptation in historic buildings. Given my background in engineering, my approach to research and teaching is often practical, even though that requires often quite a lot of theoretical work to get to an appropriate practice. But in the end, my research and my teaching always aims for some kind of practical or tangible outcome. Yeah, and I would also like to thank the National University of Cultural Heritage for inviting us to speak, and then I leave to Anna to start the actual presentation.
Yes, if you could please share the
Yes.
PowerPoint. So now we are in the session of the meeting, which is called Global Conservation Training Programs, Guiding Principles, Contents, Values. So we want to bring up from our perspective our views on how we can proceed and develop some global connections in this respect. So if we are to think of and plan for this global consensus for conservation training programs, there are a few challenges that we face. So with this presentation, we would like to share with you our experience of dealing with one of these challenges, which is to manage the tension between heritage and conservation as a professional practice on the one hand, and heritage as a field of critical inquiry on the other. So you can take the next one. Thank you. So we start by giving some background and describe and introduce our educational programs a little bit. Also a short introduction to where we consider the heritage discourses right now, and what we perceive as the key challenge for how to proceed from here. And then we turn to a specific case to illustrate the tension between professional practice and critical inquiry. And finally, the implications for education in conservation will be discussed. So we can continue, go back. So we will stay at that one. Yes. Until it's your turn. Yes. In the early days of conservation as an academic field, as we all know, it was very much focused on material, form, and fabric. We can go back, we don't need to go back to the very beginning of when cultural heritage and conservation was established as an academic field, but we can move back to the mid-20th century after the Second World War and when UNESCO was formed, and there was an attempt to create some official heritage discourse. There were conventions formulated, documents, agreements of how to restore the physical cultural heritage that was destroyed during the Second World War and so on. And Venice Charter was written and agreed upon. It was very much concerning peace and democracy, restoration after the Second World War, and reconstruction of national identities, etc. And there were also with this conventions formulated global standards, not only for how to preserve cultural heritage, but also how to define cultural heritage values and cultural activities in general, and education about cultural heritage as well. There was a sort of internationalism and a universalism where the idea was that we have a common cultural heritage in the world that should be preserved for everyone to enjoy and relate to. And what happened later in the 60s and 70s was that there was a growing interest about contexts and significance of cultural heritage that was not only connected to material, form, and fabric and monuments, etc., built heritage. More intangible aspects of cultural heritage were in focus: landscapes, environments, the contexts of certain objects and built monuments and so on. So we could here see the development goes from material-focused, material-based approaches to heritage conservation via context-based and to values-based approaches to heritage preservation. And some decades ago, there was very much focus, and the focus switched to community involvement, community engagement, when heritage managers realized there was no point in focusing on restoration of sites without the help of or the engagement from the local communities that where these cultural heritage sites were located. So it also went to include the rights-based approaches when various minorities in the world were also very much included in this new, more critical heritage studies. So we can here see a division or a dichotomy between a certain kind of official and unofficial cultural heritage discourse, where the official is represented by the big international organizations with all the regulations and guidelines on how to preserve and conserve the cultural heritage in the world, which is still quite has these ideas of universality. And where, of course, UNESCO and the World Heritage Convention is very central. And scholars over the last 20 years have now identified this as the authorized heritage discourse, which is very much a top-down approach And a reaction to that was the development of critical heritage studies, which then wanted to bring up intangible aspects, minorities' involvement, etc. So this history of the development of cultural heritage discourse also helps us to understand that there is a strong division between these two, whereas authorized heritage discourse, the more conventional way of working with heritage preservation, represents the practice, the practical part of heritage conservation, whereas the critical heritage studies that were developed around 20 years ago is more focused into the theoretical and critical inquiries of preservation. And what we face today, especially in our department, because we have the educational programs we have are focused either or were focused either on practical work or theoretical work, is that it is so difficult to cross that gap. So this is something that we have been working quite much with at our department, and that is what we are going to suggest in this presentation, how we can try to overcome this gap. So the educational programs that we have well, before I turn in to describe our educational programs, I would just want to bridge a little bit and conclude that today there are profound differences between how heritage and its role in society are understood in conservation as a field of practice and as a field of inquiry. And these classical theories of conservation, the conventional ones, are entrenched in an understanding of heritage as something static rather than dynamic, where the fundamental professional ethos is to reinforce stability and truth, authenticity, material authenticity. And these philosophies are still foregrounding the situated negotiations that conservation professionals engage in when deciding on how to proceed with material interventions. And the experience we have is that the closer one gets to decision making in practice, the more influential this essentialist legacy is. And these understandings are in stark contrast to the critical account of heritage and heritage practices found in critical heritage studies. So by acknowledging this tension, we suggest that instead of keeping these ways of approaching heritage, there is a need for a conservation curriculum in higher education that balances and integrates normative competence and critical inquiry. And as I mentioned before, we have two undergraduate programs at our department. One is in building conservation and the other one is in object conservation. And traditionally they were much more focused on this conventional heritage discourse with material in focus and practice in focus. A few years ago, we developed an international master's program, which is called Cultural Heritage and Sustainability. And that program is more theoretically oriented than the undergraduate programs are. And the main difference between our educational programs is that the undergraduate education is preparing for existing professional practice, while the master's program is preparing students for a strategic management where existing work practices and institutional structures might be questioned to a larger extent. And it has proved to be problematic to expect that all students have to be knowledgeable of both of these perspectives. And that this is quite challenging then to achieve. I want to mention one more thing before Tor will illustrate this via an example. And this is how we have been inspired by education for sustainable development, which is a rather new academic field within educational science. So education for sustainable development deals with knowledge and skills and attitudes and values also necessary to actively take part in shaping a sustainable future by including issues such as climate change, poverty reduction, etc. and turning this into teaching and learning, and also by promoting competences rather than teaching specific knowledges. And these competences, they are supposed to be holistic, contextual, and relational. And the 5 main sustainability competences that have been identified and agreed upon in this educational system are system thinking, anticipatory competence, normative competence, strategic competence, and interpersonal competence. And to implement these into our education programs, it is important to interpret and specify what they imply in and for heritage conservation. So, international society is facing major challenges such as globalization, climate change, and social exclusion, etc. And now we know the COVID-19 pandemic has created unforeseen consequences for the whole cultural sector, as we all know. And the truth is that it is unclear and unknown what kind of societal challenges will shape the professional careers of students in the heritage skills to face this future, foreseen future. So therefore, the students have to be equipped with universal abilities and skills that will be sustained through lifelong learning. It is critical to educate reflective practitioners that are able to think and go beyond existing work processes and practices. So then the key question for us as educators is what kind of concrete pedagogical practices are required that will support such learning. So we will return to a discussion about this later, but first we want to illustrate the situation that we have with our students and the identified challenges with an example.
Thank you, Anna. The example we've chosen relates to my own research. It's about how to improve energy efficiency in historic buildings in a way that balances the societal requirements to deal with climate change by reducing energy demand, but also preserving the built heritage for future generations. And this is a field where I think that the need to balance and to include both a practical and a critical perspective is put to the point. If you look at this building, it's very old. It's from the 13th century, but behind the medieval facade, there are fairly modern apartments. People live there like anybody else, and in order to provide affordable and comfortable living, you really need to, or not addressing issues of energy efficiency is not an option, but it's rather a matter of how to go about it. Before coming back to the matter of balancing the critical and the practical perspective, I'd just like to elaborate a bit on the type of challenges we're facing. This is an old building. It's a listed building protected by law, and just to provoke a discussion, we added solar panels on the roof in Photoshop, so it's not a physical installation, and this immediately brings a lot of emotions into the discussion. On the one hand, people say that this is not acceptable. We cannot have these ugly solar panels on historic buildings. On the other hand, or some other people will say that, well, this is part of what we have to do to deal with the current crisis that we have, not only in trying to deal with the upcoming climate change, but also with the current energy crisis that we have in Europe. Another topic of discussion within this field it relates to windows. Windows are like the eyes of people. They reflect the soul of the building. And if you change the windows, that has a big impact on the visual appearance of the building. And in this case, you can see that even though the proportions of the new building on the left are roughly the same, it makes a big difference. But also that the modern window, the newer one, is also more energy efficient. So we're trying to come up with balances. In Europe, we have European guidelines accepted as standards by all member states of the European Union. And this provides a roadmap on how to come up with appropriate solutions for energy efficiency, promoting energy efficiency in historic buildings. It's mainly common sense put into systematic practice. So it starts by describing the building, formulating goals, not only for energy efficiency, but also for preservation, looking at different possible measures, assessing the measures systematically, bringing them together in packages. But one essential input, it's absolutely necessary in order to make this process work, is that you have to start by defining heritage values or cultural significance, which in turn can be transformed into restrictions, what you cannot do or what you should not do with a particular building. This is an absolute necessity, because in the end, the planning process aims to come up with a limited number or even maybe one proposal for measures to be taken on a particular building, on a particular type of buildings. So this is all really straightforward, and the role of the conservation professional would be to provide these heritage values and describe the restrictions that follows from the valuation. And the heritage values can be defined for the building as a whole, or for building components, or even on a district level. But as Anna's pointed out, it's not that easy. Heritage values for a particular building is not a given. But we rather have to take into account that there are national, there are regional, and there are individual variations in how you perceive, define, and describe heritage values. So even in Sweden, if you ask one conservation professional to make an evaluation and ask another professional to make an evaluation, it might come out different. We know for sure that the way we look at heritage values varies between countries all over the world, even if we share a common idea. Anna's also talked about the critical perspective, going from what I've been talking about, conservation as a field of practice, to conservation as a field of inquiry. And then we start asking questions like, what is cultural heritage value? Who defines it? And for whom do we define it? And a common thing which is of very much interest in this context is the balance between a top-down definition of cultural heritage values and engaging stakeholders, residents, building owners in the definition and the prioritization of heritage values. And then we also have a broader context. A building is seldom an isolated entity, but rather part of a built environment. And then we need to look at the values in that context. But going back to the planning process, there we have engineers, we have architects, we have building owners, and they're waiting for a specific and clear definition of heritage values and restrictions. So it doesn't work to bring a critical perspective to the table when you're in the planning process. But for the conservation professional, in order to come up with a well-grounded definition of heritage values, you need to sometimes go back to the critical perspective and consider the values and evaluation process in a much broader context. But you cannot do that every time you sit down with the engineers and the architects, because if they ask what are the heritage values and the conservation professional says it depends, that's not that won't work in the long run. So having said that, I think that I hope that this example or case study will illustrate the need to combine the practical and the critical perspective. And it's not a matter of one or the other, but you need both. But you don't necessarily, or as a conservation professional, you probably should not try to apply them both at the same time. But it's rather some kind of a loop that's constantly rotates, where you shift from one perspective to the other. With that, I'll leave the screen to Anna again to wrap this up.
Thank you. And you can take the next picture. So to conclude then, or discuss first, how can existing education be transformed to become more sustainable in a sense of capacitating students with the competences that they need for a lifelong involvement with sustainable heritage? Well, we cannot give any definite answers, of course, but we would like to put forward two didactic themes that we believe should be considered in future conversations about how to reform educational programs globally. And the first concerns how to balance practical converging and critical diverging approaches to problem solving. So the example of energy efficiency in historic buildings that Tove was just showing us illustrated that multiple expectations operating at different levels of decision making exist for the professionals that are being educated by us, and that a key ability for finding sustainable solutions lies in the capacity to understand and manage such complex expectations. The tension between a static and normative practice aiming at finding plausible solutions clashes with a critical account of heritage, which emphasizes divergence and dissonance, just as Tove showed us and talked about. The balancing of the two is pointed out as an important challenge for sustainable education in conservation. So to prepare conservation professionals for typical tasks of their daily jobs is a necessary but not sufficient goal for an educational program. Because it's these kind of houses and these kind of contexts that we just showed that our students will meet when they come out and work as professional heritage managers. So the emphasis on practice in many conservation courses and programs is of course obvious. But a key challenge is how to balance this goal with the critical perspective and understanding, which is also included in the curriculum. The conservation professional then can and should engage with challenges they face as practitioners in multiple and at times contradicting ways. The separation, or at least lack of integration between conservation as a field of inquiry and as a field of practice necessitates a dual perspective. In order to prepare for a reflective practice, students should develop the ability to move back and forth between the practical and the critical in their thinking. We call these approaches practical converging and critical diverging. As shown by the case study, there is a role for the conservation professional to engage in negotiations of different interests with the aim to find a balance between policy objectives. In such decision-making contexts, there are given risks and benefits associated with different courses of action, and decision-making is about finding the most effective and ultimately the most sustainable alternatives through interdisciplinary collaboration. So this is what we call practical converging process, which then aims to find optimal or at least acceptable solutions within the given framing. Through convergence, it will reinforce existing power relations and stabilize existing structures. While objective goals often play important roles in practical decision-making, for example, to mitigate climate change, they are unlikely to resolve complex sustainability challenges on their own. The risk when working with this process is that fundamentally unsustainable practices will be repeated and reinforced, though. And on the other hand, there are situations when also the practitioner should look beyond the given framing of the decision-making processes. By imagining the future based on what is now considered possible, practitioners limit themselves to optimization. Radical shifts towards more sustainable practices are hidden in engagement with so-called impossible futures. And this is what we call the critical diverging approach. This approach questions the fundamental assumptions of established decision-making practice. And here, the aim is not compromise and consensus, but to lay bare unjust and unproductive, taken for granted norms and practices in both the own professional field and others, by asking questions such as what is the cultural heritage value, who decides what the cultural value is, and who owns the cultural heritage ultimately. Challenging the status quo and looking beyond traditional borders can be disruptive and provoke change towards more sustainable practices. So to use this approach in practice, however, requires a sense for how far established assumptions can be challenged without backfiring. So both the practical converging and the critical diverging approaches are essential parts of the reflective practice of conservation professionals. It has been suggested that complex sustainability challenges are matters of situationally specific interpretation. The ability to engage with both practical converging and critical diverging processes in situated practices should be developed early during the training for a professional career. To master both approaches require a range of competencies that clearly overlap with the set of sustainability competences put forward by Education for Sustainable Development. And then the second theme we call controversy over consensus, embracing the contested and dynamic nature of sustainable heritage. So education of professionals in conservation and heritage preservation has to be normative to some extent, just as the education of healthcare professionals is based on teleological assumptions about better health. So does our education aim to better preserve and use heritage. But while the healthcare system can be evaluated through a number of agreed indicators, it is not that easy for us in heritage field. I mean, life and death are, after all, not social constructs. So persuading students of preset ideas about the values of heritage conservation is a dead end. Instead, students in conservation should be equipped with the ability to reflect on both the positive and negative roles of heritage. A transformation of education in conservation to facilitate sustainable development must be based on ideas about the relation between sustainability and heritage. Any attempt to define and delimit sustainable heritage is not possible, given that sustainability and heritage are both malleable and discussable and vague terms, all encompassing. Sustainability is not only that which is framed by, for example, the SDGs, because recent critical analysis of the SDGs, for example, suggests that the politics of the leaving no one behind in reality leaves very many behind, and that there are lots of unheard marginalized voices still to be included for the SDGs to be relevant and truly sustainable for everyone in the world. And likewise, heritage is not only limited to definitions expressed within the authorized heritage discourse that I mentioned before, or for that case, critical heritage studies. They are both separate, exclusive. Embracing a multiplicity of interpretations is stimulating and productive, even though this is not necessarily what students expect. So to discuss and be challenged by a diversity of perspectives will strengthen the normative competence of the student. A last picture. Just to conclude, we now propose that to foster professionals that have the ability to reconcile heritage and sustainability, we need a third way in the intersection between traditional conservation and critical heritage studies, or perhaps rather the overlap and not the border between. With the best intentions from universities, students still find themselves equipped with simplified and one-sided ideas about what sustainable heritage is and how it can be reached. A multitude of objectives, worldviews, and ways of inquiry must be carefully considered. The skill set needed to navigate this contested and contradictory landscape is a key sustainability competence for heritage conservation students. And as I touched upon in the introduction, classical theories of conservation based on the inherent value of the object and conservation understood as a truth-seeking endeavor have been replaced by theories of value-led conservation, where the meaning of heritage objects for living and future people is understood to be the basis for decision-making. Heritage values tend to be remarkably stable, but there are aspects that change more rapidly, and there are values that might change as a response to wider societal challenges, such as climate change, for example. Displacing heritage by rocking its foundation can then open up for innovative ways of sustainable heritage management, for example, by embracing change and loss, which we just must do, which we also will come back to in the last session later today of this conference. And this is played out in practice in the context of living heritage, for example, which of course sometimes can be contested. The protection of this kind of living heritage or intangible heritage through the 2003 UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage freezes this kind of heritage in time and makes heritage practices and management based on traditional knowledge impossible to maintain, since they are implicitly and continuously changing and sometimes oppose the material-based approaches to heritage conservation. And likewise, visits to heritage sites can be described in terms of so-called sustainable tourism, but is undoubtedly a part of the tourism industry, which causes a multitude of social and environmental problems. But this is a whole research field on its own, so we won't talk more about it now. However, the heritage anthropologist Christoph Brumann has suggested that polarized and entrenched beliefs of heritage as either something good or bad obstruct engagement with many issues where heritage plays important roles in society. In the same way, education has to embrace a middle way, where opposing perspectives can thrive in parallel and live together alongside each other. So inspired by Brumann's heritage, so-called heritage agnosticism, which is the space between, or the overlap between heritage belief, where heritage objects have intrinsic value and their conservation is taken for granted. So between heritage belief and heritage atheism, which is where heritage has no intrinsic value and can be everything and anything. We suggest that an awareness and an acknowledgement of the complexities of conservation practices and heritage management is necessary. So in the educational situation, this means certain pedagogical practices, such as offering students in all coursework from the beginning, both recognition of and foundational knowledge, as well as time and space to reflect on their learning process. This to be able to critically question and analyze the given framework of their task, to bolstering the self-esteem of the students in their roles as professionals, heritage professionals, in order to provide a so-called safe space for discussing critical perspective. Also to be able to discuss specific regional and national practices in a global perspective, which Tor was mentioning too. And finally, to include cross-disciplinary activities in general. So framed by education for sustainable development theory or field, academic field, and the idea of teaching competences rather than teaching what is right and what is wrong. We think that there are great potentials within the emerging field of sustainable heritage to inspire and foster the next generation of heritage practitioners and researchers to care for and develop heritage in the best possible way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tore Brostrom and Professor Anna Karlström. Now we should move to our last presenter of this session because Dr. Anupam Sham, we can't make her some connection until now. So, okay, I would like to introduce our last presenter of this session, Professor Jong Lee from Korean National University of Cultural Heritage. Today, his topic is developing heritage data management and utilization training programs for heritage managers. Please welcome Professor Lee to the floor.
안녕하세요. 저는 문화유산 산업학과 디지털 콘텐츠 기획 전공 이종욱 교수입니다. 저희 전공은 디지털 큐레이션, 건축 정보 모델링, 디지털 아카이브, 디지털 스토리텔링 등의 방법을 통해서 유산 데이터의 특성을 이해하고 보존, 관리, 활용을 연구하고 있습니다. 저는 학생들과 여기 보이는 한국의 건축 문화재를
Utilization. With my students, I'm developing technology to digitalize the Korean building, cultural heritage, and store and manage the information. In particular, my focus on parametric modeling to design connections of building elements without decomposition. In order to figure out parameters, we study the proportion of building elements, building heritages, and the proportions of those remaining building, cultural heritage, and the components. Based on those proportion data, we construct a model, put in the data, and predict the connecting parts of the building, and also study other complex structure through modeling. This saves us time and efforts for modeling. Later, we will consolidate the historical results of the, building heritage repair data and digital files into digital twin that will be utilized for cultural heritage management and tourism. Next, let me introduce you the object relational visualization. This is about developing a methodology enabling the museum curators and the visitors to have easy and quick access to information that they want. By doing so, we will discover new knowledge and get inspiration. To this end, we analyzed object descriptions, including the 40,000 books of museum to get basic information and use the findings for object presentation analysis through machine learning technology. Later, we will further expand the semantic network and visualize the relations between buildings, records, and intangible heritage, including semantically related objects. Furthermore, it may be extended to connect to similar information in overseas to build the semantic relational network. This will be leveraged later for semantic search and use as content for exhibition.
Okay. I am Jong Lee, Assistant Professor at KNUCH. I want to introduce our project on developing heritage data management and utilization training programs for heritage managers. Heritage managers means the museum curator and IT management workers and other conservators. I am managing digital content strategy manager and heritage information lab. My research interest is on digital curation, building information modeling, and digital archive. With this research interest, we developed digital museum, metaverse, and digital archive, and developed related technology and managing the projects. First, I want to introduce our first project on application of HBIM for preservation and management of architectural heritage in Korea. There are 362 wooden heritage buildings registered and protected by Cultural Heritage Administration in Korea. Despite of their historical, cultural, and academic significance, they are in danger due to environmental pollution, industrialization, and fire risk. There are several problems on heritage management. Historic building information modeling is technology which integrates management data on 3D architecture. In order to apply HBIM for the preservation of Korean wooden buildings, it is necessary to overcome following problems. Its structure has composed of thousands of related components, and they are assembled into assembly classes. Another problem is on modeling of a connection method. Building components are connected and joined to support the heavy roof. The connection methods are important in estimating the style and technique of the building and calculating the load. In order to apply HBIM to Korean wooden building, model of connection methods that cannot be identified from the outside are required. Since the numerous components are combined into various types of connection methods, an efficient modeling method is necessary. This study proposes a script-based parameter modeling that reflects connection information among components of Korean architectural heritage. We constructed a HBIM-based digital architecture corresponding to the level of detail 3 by constructing buildings of the component unit. Some components with parameters have levels corresponding to LOD4. We refer to the parameters of Korean conventional wooden building. As you see the parameters of conventional wooden building on the right upper side. They are our results on project. We created irregular model generation of components to reflect the characteristics of traditional building components by shape grammar-based script. Right upper side, you can see the script for modeling of irregular model. And this is example of component object creation and component code creation and component hierarchy creation. With that method, we developed a script template for wooden buildings by writing scripts for components based on shape grammar. We also created primitive-based modeling of a connection part. This is an example of a script for connection part. Finally, we have implemented the most common column connections by our methods. With the result, we have a plan to make an educational program for modeling of architectural heritage, and we want to educate the importance of HBIM system for architecture heritage management, and that the curriculum has the educating modeling the method on this project. Yeah, so we have a plan to make a education curriculum and education material next year. And I want to show the video materials. This is an example of script modeling for column component. And we can see the script modeling example for connection part. With that method, we can create the 수원 화성 행궁 palace. And this result can be used for background of drama and movies. It can be used for architectural heritage management system with HBIM system. Next, I want to show the brief explanation on developing heritage data management and utilization training programs for heritage managers. Period of this program is for 5 days, and it can be held biannually. The program of target is the people who are from 20 to 25 people, and they are heritage management practitioners such as museum curators, archivists, conservators, and data managers. And this educational curriculum is composed of theory learning and practice. They can learn through practical courses from data collection to user experience and interface design. And this program aims to train students to use them in practice. In a survey of working level workers conducted by National Archives, 83.4% respondents agreed that re-education was necessary. More specifically, the post-industrial revolution, electronic records management, new computer systems were the most in demand. It is necessary to systemically classify each record according to the characteristics and re-establish the metadata in a unified way during the data collection process. In addition, a long-term master plan should be established for continuous management. It is also necessary to provide an environment where users can become archivists themselves, such as developing a user experience design that enables keyword-based search, creating content using data, and establishing a metadata system that user can manage directly. So, To contribute to digital heritage curation curriculum design, teaching materials, and continuous use of digital heritage, we propose the educational program of data management and utilization to strengthen the capabilities of cultural heritage managers. Finally, through digital curation, effective preservation, management, and utilization of digital heritage values are pursued. Our educational program consists of 5 courses on 5 days. On first day, students learn about data generation and selections. They learn theories on need for digital curation and heritage metadata, and they practice team building, conceptualization, and design metadata. On second day, they can learn about data collection and preservation. They learn theories on types and formats of heritage data and long-term preservation strategy of heritage data. Based on these theories, they can practice web search and image classification by folder and organize data in Excel. On third day, they can learn about data utilization. They learn concept of ontology and design ontology by themselves. On post days, they can learn about user experience design and user interface design. With that theories, they can design digital curation contents. On fifth day, the final day, they can learn about the virtual exhibition planning, and they can practice about creation of a virtual exhibition. With that, with the whole educational curriculum, they can learn about theories and practice on digital curation. On post day, students can learn about digital curation. Digital curation has a life cycle of data collection, creation, selection, storage, analysis, preservation, storage, and access and utilization and transformation. The following activities are include data collection, management, preservation, and service activities, and activities that add value to data, and including activities to ensure the integrity, reliability, authenticity, validity, accessibility, and availability of data. And students can learn about heritage data. Heritage metadata means information that follows behind the data to analysis, classify, and add additional information to understand. The metadata for each type of heritage, such as cultural heritage, intangible heritage, natural heritage, and recorded heritage, is required. And heritage metadata can be divided into basic, heritage, and contextual metadata. Heritage data require the properties such as classification, material, designation number, and optional properties such as repair techniques. For heritage records, separate existing analog records into digital converted formats such as PDF, JPG, and various digital formats such as OBJ, STL are produced. On second day, Students can select artifacts to visualize. They search information and design concept to visualize heritage information, and they use artifact search services provided by the museum or portal sites such as Google. And they can collect images and categorize them by folders. They can categorize the metadata such as name, collection number, nationality, era, purpose, function, size, details. With the metadata, they can make a list of artifacts. And students can learn about digital preservation. Digital preservation aims to make digital resources continuously available in the future in a rapid changing technology or media. It refers to managing the name and location of digital objects, updating storage media, and tracking changes in hardware and software. It includes a series of processes that enable continuous access and utilization of digital resources. There are several digital preservation methods such as media transfer, migration, emulation, and encapsulation. On Thursday, students can learn about data utilization. They can conduct ontological visualization. Ontology means a system of data technology that allows digital representation of the objects of informationization. Students can categorize target resources into classes, allow individuals belonging to each class to have common attributes, and describe relationships between them. On post day, students can make a digital curation contents with our educational software. They can edit artifact information. The process includes converting local image files to blob and then database, and linking image files and artifacts. Finally, students can enter, edit, and delete data with the educational program. They can design user-centered interfaces to create the visualized content to effectively communicate artifact information based on the data collected in the previous process. They can visualize the information using various methods. For example, they can adjust the size of a thumbnail to guess the number of artifacts related with it and change the border color according to the tagged metadata. Next, students can learn about artifacts relationship visualization. They can design a way to visualize the relationship between artifacts with the same metadata. And they conduct interface design to catch a semantic relationship between the artifacts easily, such as adjustment of the arrangement of sub-classification and each artifacts. Okay, I will show the video on digital curation contents. On fifth day, final day, students can create the virtual exhibition with the digital curation system. They can create virtual exhibition with UX UI designed by each team with the artifacts relation networks. They can give and receive feedback from each other and discuss improvements, and they finally exhibit their virtual exhibition on web and digital kiosk too. Okay, this is end of my presentation. Thank you for attending.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for the presentation. Actually, now we should move on the discussion of section 2, but Dr. Anupam Shah, who is our moderator of this session, but he doesn't assess our Zoom meeting until now. So I would like to give her some floor to Professor Toro and then Professor Anna again for the wrap up, and then we will close this session.
Thank you, Boram. I don't intend to sort of summarize this discussion. It's been very interesting presentations, but I would like to go back to the wider context of the conference, which is the Global Consortium for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage. This was a consortium that started with a meeting at Yale University with 25 universities from all over the world, and it was agreed to set up the consortium as a network to provide a platform for exchange of students, teachers, but also to have a platform and channels to have an ongoing and online discussion about didactic questions as we have today. And that could be everything from the rather philosophical stuff that Anna and I presented to the more down-to-earth matters of designing new courses on digitalization. And I think all over the world, we have a number of academic environments in conservation, and they tend to be very small. I think the Korean National Universities is one exception. And we really need to collaborate, not in order to come up with one course or one curriculum that would fit all, but to have an exchange of knowledge and know-how, and also inspire each other to development. And we talked before about the critical and the practical perspective, and we tend in the practical perspective get locked in sort of a narrow national context, and we need to be reminded of the global aspects and to see how these issues are dealt with in a more critical way in other parts of the world. So I think this seminar or this session today has really made a strong case to continue working with the Global Consortium because there is a need for a continuous exchange when it comes to developing courses, programs in the field of conservation. Thank you. Anna.
Yes, I agree, and I also think that the presentations today show this need that we have to continue the work in the Global Consortium, because it's really fruitful and inspiring to learn from others, and not only how to do things in practice, but also how to think about heritage define heritage values differently in different parts of the world in different contexts, but also how we can work in practice in very different ways depending on what kind of architecture there is, as we saw now recently in the last presentation, and historical events that we saw in the first presentation, reenactment of that. So I think it has been really inspiring, and I look forward to continuous work with the Global Consortium. Thank you.
Thank you again, Professor Toro and then Professor Anna. Now we will have our break time. We need some arrange our system again. So we will be back at 8 p.m. Okay, thank you. Okay, from now we will start the third session. Topic 3, protecting heritage under stress. In this session, we have 3 presentations. Our first presentation of session 3 is Dr. Byung-Hwan Kim. Dr. Byung-Hwan Kim is a researcher of Chungnam Institute of History and Culture. Today, he will be presenting case and task of responding to climate change in the field of Korea cultural heritage. We welcome Dr. Byung-Hwan Kim to the floor.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Yes, hello everyone.
잘 전송되고 있나요?
Am I being clearly heard? Great.
예, 발표를 시작하겠습니다. 안녕하십니까? 오늘
Yes, hello.
컨소시엄에서
I'm delighted to have this opportunity to present at the 2022 International Global Consortium of Protection of the Cultural Heritage.
연구기관인 충남 역사문화연구원에서
I'm with the Chungnam Historical Heritage Institute.
오늘 발표는 제가 참여했던 기후변화 관련 연구과제
So today I will be talking to you based on the 2 studies that I have participated in. One is the 2011 study that I participated in, and the other one is the 2022, an ongoing study to set up a comprehensive measure for climate change in the sector of cultural heritage. So I will try my best to convey the discussions and the results of the 2 studies to the best of my ability. So the content page shows the areas that I'll be talking about. As a short introduction, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what global climate change is. Not that it is anything new, but climate change is a global phenomenon causing meteorological changes such as rising temperature, decreasing glaciers, and rising sea levels. And as a result, various heritage sites, both cultural and natural, in different countries are expected to be damaged because of climate change. So Venice in Italy, and Timbuktu in the Middle East are just some of the areas, heritage sites, that are expected to be damaged because of climate change-related changes. We face the same situation in Korea. Coastal heritage located in Jeju Island is in danger of being submerged due to sea level rise, and the intrusion of alien species due to climate change is gradually intensifying damage to wooden cultural properties. In this presentation, I will explain the current status and prospects of climate change in Korea, introduce heritage at risk, and share some examples where we responded appropriately to climate change. However, I should note that in terms of responding to climate change, the situation in Korea is in its very early stages and at the stage of establishing strategies and preparing for various countermeasures. Korea's third climate change adaptation measures have been recently established and is being implemented, with more comprehensive plan being drawn up through various studies and researches to protect cultural heritage. So today I'll mainly discuss cases of climate change damage to Korean cultural heritage and discuss some future strategies and tasks.
한국에는 2022년 현재
As of 2022, a total of 13 World Cultural Heritage Sites and 2 Natural Heritage Sites are listed in Korea. Most are archaeological heritages that have traditional Korean houses, which is called hanok, and there are also some stone structures such as dolmens and fortresses.
본 발표에서 다루는 대상 역시
In this presentation, I will cover only such architectural cultural heritage. Korea's cultural heritage classification system has national designated assets classified into national treasures, historical sites, places of scenic beauty, and natural monuments, national intangible cultural assets, and national folk cultural assets. So among them, architectural heritage are found in the categories of national treasures, national folk cultural assets, and heritage, and historical sites. And I will limit the analysis to these heritages to analyze the impact due to climate change. So from the nationally designated cultural heritage, there are a total of 1,082 heritage designated as architectural cultural heritage. So there are 672 cases of stone, 422 cases of wood, and 32 cases of modern architecture, and 1 case of metal heritage. And based on this list of cultural assets, cultural heritage, the next chapter I will deal with the climate change prospects of Korean architectural cultural heritage. Damage to cultural heritage due to climate change are caused by various factors: climatic factors, internal factors, and external factors. Climatic factors that affect cultural heritage are sea level rise, temperature and water temperature rise, drought, heat wave, cold wave, heavy rain, heavy snowfall, typhoon, seasonal changes, and so forth. Internal factors are material and material fragility, structural fragility, etc. External factors include the altitude being above the sea level, surrounding environment, soil quality, management conditions, and so forth. So these factors combined cause damage to cultural heritage. And these damages include damage or loss of cultural heritage, as well as chemical, physical, and biological damages. Among the various factors of climate change, precipitation intensity, days of freezing temperature, or heat waves impact the damage to cultural heritage. Intensity of precipitation can cause the internal filling soil of stone buildings, such as castles or fortresses, to collapse or damage the roofs of wooden buildings. Since the year 2010, Korea has had evenly distributed precipitation nationwide, ranging from 13 to 35 millimeters per hour. The southern regions, however, do have heavier rainfall. The number of freezing days is related to the possibility of snowfall and freezing, and this can cause damage to stone structures and roof tiles of wooden structures. The number of freezing days vary greatly depending on latitude and altitude. The maximum number of freezing days in Korea stands at 107 days. The number of days with heat waves is directly related to the potential of fire outbreaks. In Korea, the number of heat days are high in the metropolitan area and the inland province, and relatively low in the eastern Gangwon province and also in the coastal areas. We analyzed future prospects of extreme climate factors based on the RCP 4.5 scenario, which uses the greenhouse gas levels to predict climate change impact. And 4.5 assumes that the greenhouse gas reduction policy has succeeded to a great extent.
RCP 4.5 시나리오는 온실가스 저감 정책이 상당히 실현된 경우임에도 불구하고
Still, the climate analysis for the year 2050 reveals significant changes in precipitation intensity and heat wave days. So in terms of precipitation intensity, it increased overall, and it shows that an addition of 262 architectural heritage will be located in places with the precipitation intensity of 18 millimeters or more, indicating heavy rainfall. The number of freezing days has decreased, And in the 1950s, 315 fewer architectural heritage sites will be located in areas with 10 or more freezing days. The number of heat wave days will have increased significantly, and an additional 502 architectural heritage will be located in areas with more than 3.5 days of heat wave days. So we can anticipate more damage to architectural heritage caused by climate change-induced heavy rains and heat waves. Now let's take a look at the actual cases of damage related to climate change. For this study, we looked into press reports and government audit materials to understand the current status of major damages. Most of the damages were done to wooden building heritage and to low-lying cultural assets, cultural heritage due to sea level rise. Typhoons and heavy rainfall accounted for more than half of the damages caused. Many cases of damage due to heavy snowfall also have been reported. I'm going to share with you some specific cases of such damage. The old fences of Samjicheon village in Damyang is a traditional village fence wall and is registered as the National Registered Cultural Heritage. Built in the 16th century using stone and soil, the wall was in harmony with the surrounding hanok, the traditional houses. Traditional Korean fence walls using soil as mortar are inevitably vulnerable to heavy rain. So in the event of typhoons and heavy rains, such fences frequently collapse or become damaged. The old fence of Samjicheon village also suffered damage due to heavy rainfall in August 2020, where 8 different locations of the village fence, a total length of 33 meters, collapsed. Gangneung Seongyojang is a traditional Korean house which was built in the 18th century and has been in use for over 300 years. It is still occupied by the descendants of a noble family from the Joseon dynasty. Gangneung Seongyojang is located in Gangwon-do, which is famous for the high number of freezing days. So parts of the building that make up the Seongyojang collapsed due to heavy snow in 2014. A chimney of the building on the west of the premise collapsed, and the tiled roof of the outer annex building was also damaged. With increase in rainfall and snowfall, we can anticipate more damage to occur to architectural heritage in these regions. This is a railway bridge in Waegan, Chilgok area. It is a bridge with concentrated piers, concrete piers, with beautiful decorative design and arches at its foot. It is a highly decorative architectural heritage among modern railway bridges. The bridge, which was opened in 1905, collapsed during the heavy rainfall of 2011 as the Nakdonggang River water level rose and the flow speed increased due to heavy rains. So one pier was completely lost and 2 decks reaching a section of about 100 meters collapsed. With heavy rain like this showing in increased frequency in Korea, cultural heritage located along the riverside are exposed to damage from such heavy rain. This is another example showing the Gongsanseong Fortress. This is a fortress in Gongju, which is where the royal castle of Baekje in the 6th century was located and served as a defense fortress until the late Joseon period. The Gongsanseong Fortress is part of the Baekje historic area of the UNESCO World Heritage Site and is managed as a World Heritage. Gongsanseong also suffered damages from climate change. Heavy rains in 2020 weakened the soil ground, causing some sections to collapse, and emergency repairs were carried out.
한국의 건축 유산은 대체로
Korea's architectural heritage is often built using or making full use of the surrounding natural topography.
지형의 약화로 인한 피해가
Therefore, weakened natural topography easily leads to the damage at the heritage.
상대적으로 단단해 보이는 석조 문화재 역시
So, relatively sturdy-looking stone heritages also experience climate-induced damage.
부여 대조사 석조 미륵 보살 입상은
The stone standing Matiraya Buddhist Vata of Puyo Daejosa Temple is a stone Buddha statue that is estimated to be from the 10th and the 11th century of the Goryeo dynasty. This solid stone Buddha suffered damages to its headpiece, which was hit by a nearby tree branch that was broken during the heavy snowfall in 2014. Damages caused by termites cannot be ignored in the architectural heritage of Korea, where a majority are wooden architecture. Termites are originally an alien species from tropical regions, and in Korea, they were first found in the 1920s. And with the rise of annual average temperature, foreign termites are becoming more localized. The Jeongjagak Pavilion at the Seungneung in Donggunung, which is one of the Joseon royal tombs, is designated as treasure, but the entire royal tomb of the Joseon dynasty is designated as a World Heritage. One of the royal tombs built during the Joseon dynasty, it suffered serious termite damage occurred in 2019. It was decided to completely dismantle it and repair it. However, by the time we can spot termite damage and their colonization, they have already significantly damaged the inside of a wooden membrane. So the Jeongjagak Pavilion at Seungneung also took measures such as spraying insect repellent after confirming the termite damage, but it could not be repaired. So it was decided to dismantle and repair the entire building. Architectural heritage suffers from typhoons or heavy rain, leading to collapse or damage. With heavy snowfall, the buildings can sometimes collapse, not being able to withstand the load of the snowfall. There are also cases where the damage is caused by the breaking of the nearby tree branches. So in the case of heavy snowfall and heat waves, we can, to a certain extent, predict the occurrence of the weather phenomenon. And so it is necessary to strengthen continuous monitoring. Damages caused by the introduction of alien species, such as termites, due to climate change also has been confirmed. And Korea's cultural heritage, since they are largely wooden structure, termites in this case cause fatal damage. And the situation is quite different from the US or Europe, where the stone structures are more dominant. In Korea, various systems and technologies have been developed to monitor and kill termites. Let me share some examples of how we prevented or responded to such cultural heritage damage. Responses to climate change can be seen largely in threefold. One is prevention, the next is adaptation, and lastly, mitigation. Prevention includes improving the overall surrounding environment around the cultural heritage or strengthening monitoring through IT-enabled devices. Prevention helps avoid foreseeable harm or damage and allow us to respond appropriately to emergencies. Adaptation, on the other hand, works on minimizing the damage which is already expected. Making response manual and analyzing damage factors and developing technology to increase response capabilities all fall under the category of adaptation. Mitigation is the slowing down of climate change through the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. We also emit carbon as we build or preserve cultural heritage. coming up with appropriate reduction technologies, or creating forests around cultural heritage also fall under the category of mitigation.
한국에서는 아직 문화유산 분야의 기후변화
As I've stated earlier, Korea has not yet established a comprehensive response system related to climate change in the field of cultural heritage. However, the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage is conducting various studies and analyses. In 2020, the NRICH conducted a pilot disaster impact analysis using the climate and disaster information system of the Korean government. So storm, flood damages, and earthquakes, and other natural disasters and their risk level were evaluated, and plans were prepared to improve our responsiveness. Also in 2020, the research was conducted on 228 nationally designated cultural heritage, and by improving the surrounding environment for each case, damage reduction measures were proposed. The NRICH also performs an annual regular survey on architectural heritage designated by the state since 2016. The periodic survey identifies structural problems or damage to the architectural heritage and their actual state of preservation and management. For any anticipated climate-induced damages, improvement measures are recommended. The multi-story stone pagoda of Daewonsa Temple in Sancheong and the pagoda of Gwangjadesa in Taeansa Temple in Gokseong are examples where damage was prevented by improving the surrounding environment. The soil base, which could be lost due to heavy rain, was replaced with a stone shaft, and trees in the surrounding areas were inspected to prevent damage that could have been caused by the broken tree branches in the event of a heavy snowfall or typhoons. So architectural heritage located in mountainous areas can in fact effectively respond to climate change by making improvements to such environmental settings. The Cultural Heritage Prevention Research Institute of the KNUCH is developing a smart termite monitoring system that combines IoT and active biological indicator detection technology, with the target year being set for 2025. And as of 2022, a remote integrated monitoring system using IoT has been built and is in pilot operation. This device is a smart detector for termites with a remote monitoring communication function that can remotely check the intrusion and activity of such termites. The KNUCH has also developed a device that goes beyond monitoring the termites and actively removes their colonies. In damage-confirmed areas, the device is deployed to induce termites with poisonous food to remove its colony. The device can be deployed around wooden architectural heritage, and its bait can be regularly replaced to reduce termite damage, effectively responding to climate-related damages caused by such living organisms. In the field of climate change reduction, the expansion and management of landscaping forests is another important field. The creation of traditional landscaping can reduce CO2 emissions and at the same time improve the greenery viewing environment for visitors. The Cultural Heritage Administration's Bureau of Royal Palaces and Tombs manages the trees in the royal palaces and tombs of the Joseon Dynasty. And in addition, the Palace Landscaping Resource Center is scheduled to open in 2023, providing and traditional tree species are also being continuously monitored. So currently, the Cultural Heritage Administration is working on, has commissioned a study to the UNESCO, the Korean Commission of UNESCO, for the comprehensive
본 연구에서
plan.
제안하는 향후 한국 문화재 분야 기후변화 대응 전략은 다음과 같습니다.
And this slide shows the overview of what the plan would look like.
문화재 유형별, 기후변화 요소별 연구를
So basically,
진행하고
we conduct researches by field, and we conduct analysis of the current status, and we also gather various opinions from the relevant
전략
experts.
수립의 목적은
The goal of the strategy
온실가스
setting
감축 계획을 포함한 기후변화 문화유산 분야의 대응 기반을 구축하는 것입니다.
is to establish a response foundation in the field of cultural heritage.
기후변화에 따른 문화유산의 적응력을 강화하기 위한 주요 전략 중 하나는
To respond to climate changes,
평가와
we want to have a preemptive risk analysis as well as build a customized monitoring system so as to strengthen our overall adaptability.
이러한 관리 체계 개선을 통해
And through such measures, we will be able to better respond to storms which recur every year here on the Korean Peninsula.
더불어 문화재청은 전
Also, the Cultural Heritage Administration
정책 거버넌스를 구축할 필요가 있습니다.
seeks to create an international governance
민간 단체와의 협력 지원뿐만 아니라
which brings the participation of the local governments as well as NGOs and other private organizations and other relevant ministries and agencies and international organizations and experts as well.
한국 정부는 이를 위해 기후변화 제도를 지속적으로 정비하고
The government and the Cultural Heritage Administration will continuously support R&D, train the human resources, conduct system maintenance, and provide the appropriate financing.
참석하신 국제문화유산 관련 전문가분들의 참여 그리고 교류가 매우 중요합니다.
And I believe the participation of the experts who are joining us today at this very consortium is of great value. And we hope that in this context, we will continue to have lots of exchanges with the participants of the GCPHCH. This rather complicated slide shows you the strategies for responding to climate change as presented by the different policy directions, the targets that each policy will promote, and the detailed tasks, as well as the departments in charge. We apologize for the detailed tasks not being translated or written in English. So basically, for improving the climate change adaptiveness of the cultural heritages, we'll work on conducting preemptive measures through risk analysis and evaluation, as well as finding a customized monitoring system and building up of data. As for the carbon neutral cultural heritage conservation and management, we want to reduce the carbon emissions related to cultural heritage, as well as expand our carbon sink and build up our data on greenhouse gas emission reductions. We also need to enhance the overall effectiveness of the various systems that are in place, build governance, and nurture, promote further research and technological developments. And of course, all of the further detailed tasks will continuously be discussed with the Cultural Heritage Administration and the relevant agencies and experts. So in this presentation, I briefly covered what kind of climate-induced damages are causing the cultural heritages, what the causes are, and how we are responding to reducing the damages based on different cultural heritage types, and how the government is working to respond to future damages anticipated. So we have mostly architectural heritage as wooden heritage, but we also have And we believe that any damages caused to these cultural heritages can be effectively dealt with through further.
Thank you, Dr. Byung-Hwan Kim, for the wonderful presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. Richard Curran from Smithsonian Institution. Dr. Richard Curran will be presenting Saving Culture Heritage Increases. We welcome Dr. Richard Curran to the floor.
Hello, my name is Richard Curran. I'm the Distinguished Scholar and Ambassador at Large of the Smithsonian Institution. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. The Smithsonian Institution is the world's largest museum, educational, and research complex, does work in over 150 countries around the globe and even in outer space. The Smithsonian runs the National Museums of the United States and is charged with taking care of over 160 million objects. And we do that in our conservation centers, in our museums and labs. But in 2010, with the earthquake in Haiti, the Smithsonian rejiggered its mission a bit in terms of responding to the Haitian earthquake. You'll recall that in 2010, over 200,000 people died. More than 1 million people were left homeless. And in the wake of that earthquake, Haitian people, 3 million of them in Port-au-Prince, came out on the streets. They had to survive without food, water, shelter, medicine. How'd they do that? For 2 days before international aid got there, the Haitian people sang. They sang folk songs, they sang hymns, they sang things from their tradition that gave them a sense of resilience, an ability to survive a terrible tragedy. As I often say, when tragedy strikes, that's when you pray the most, not the least. And so for Haitians, their culture, drawing upon their heritage, was so important. So the Smithsonian, working with our Haitian colleagues, who we knew, was asked to respond. And we did, to help Haitians recover their cultural heritage. Now, the devastation was amazing. The National Cathedral in Port-au-Prince, which was a center of national life, looked like a bomb. It hit it after the earthquake. The Episcopal Church, with 14 larger-than-life-size murals documenting biblical scenes of an Afro-Caribbean heritage style, all but 2 of them were destroyed. We saw this around Haiti, where cultural heritage was in tatters, and we had to do something. We joined with our colleagues. Olsen Jean-Julien, the Minister of Culture, had worked for the Smithsonian, knew us well, and with other Haitians and Americans and international colleagues, we put together the Haitian Cultural Recovery Project. We took over a UN building in Port-au-Prince. We hired a staff of about 40 people, and conservators from the Smithsonian came down and established labs and studios so we could work on documents, artifacts, and artworks. We engaged, thanks to UNESCO, Japanese troops. They lent us heavy equipment so we could pull out sculptures and artwork that was buried in the rubble. And from the very beginning, we began a mission of training our Haitian colleagues, younger people, students who had backgrounds in chemistry, painting, and artistry, to themselves learn conservation techniques and help recover their culture from the rubble. So this became an amazing project over the course of 2.5 years. We also restored facilities. The archives, National Archives of Haiti, really was in desperate straits. We worked with our Haitian colleagues to improve the facilities. Some of what Haitian conservators do and what our American conservators do is really magical to me. Here's a painting from the National Palace in Haiti. It was in 3 parts, really in terrible disrepair. Here it is being restored. The result of the Haiti project resulted in a conservation center, a permanent one, sponsored by USAID, Ben Stiller, and other supporters, Yale University among them, to establish a permanent conservation center at Tuskegee University in Haiti so that Haitians indeed could conserve their own culture in the future. As a result, we put back and restored and saved these murals. We ended up saving over 35,000 artworks, artifacts, and archives, training over 100 Haitians, refurbishing facilities, and indeed establishing a model of how the Smithsonian, working with a confluence of other organizations, could indeed respond to a cultural crisis and save cultural heritage in its most desperate straits. We then were asked to respond in Superstorm Sandy in New York with regard to archives and collections and artist studios. And then I got a call from Samuel Sidibe, the head of the National Museum of Mali, saying that terrorists were attacking Timbuktu, their collections were endangered. We had to do something in Mali, and so we sent our folks. This eventually led to the Smithsonian establishing its Cultural Rescue Initiative, where we deal with response, we deal with developing the tools and the training that would enable people to respond to crises in the future. We also began with FEMA, a partnership of dealing with natural disasters in the United States, floods in Texas, hurricanes, fires and other tragedies, certainly the hurricanes in the Caribbean that challenged Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. We continue to work overseas as well, protecting murals in Syria, working and training cultural conservation professionals in Iraq, in a center in Erbil. We worked after the earthquake in Nepal, in Iraq, after the Hurricane Dorian in Bahamas, certainly the crisis of the Taliban takeover last year in Afghanistan, training first responders, training museum professionals, training others so they too could respond to cultural crises when they occurred. In Iraq, we had a long-term presence since 2009, following the period of the U.S. Invasion. Work with the Iraqis. We established a center in Erbil, taught classes, taught archaeology, conservation, collection management. And of course, that mission got upped in Mosul as a result, and in Iraq and Syria, as a result of the ISIS takeover of that territory. Mosul was just in ruins. And I think many people will remember the dramatic scenes from the Mosul Museum of people taking sledgehammers to statues, to sculptures, and destroying them. We started developing more capability at the Smithsonian and with our colleagues in dealing with this and monitoring that, for example, with satellite imagery. The following series of images show the tomb of Nebi Yunus, Jonah, the prophet Jonah, and his tomb in Mosul. As first it's destroyed by ISIS, and then material is carted away by trucks, so that in the end it's paved over and it's obliterated from history. And that's something that we want to countenance. We also looked at looting and trafficking. Here, for example, is a permit that ISIS issued for looting objects. So this was not four guys in the back of a pickup truck going out at night and digging up stuff. This was organized bureaucratic looting and trafficking of objects to support terrorism. And the Smithsonian ended up training hundreds of Homeland Security inspectors, FBI agents, others, so we can identify looted objects and prevent their trafficking. And of course, we work closely with ICOM, UNESCO, Interpol, and other authorities. For the retaking of Mosul, we worked with our collaborators to put together booklets that were carried by soldiers on the ground in Mosul, carried them in their pockets. It had GPS coordinates, satellite images, and so on, street images, so that troops in taking over Mosul from ISIS would not destroy inadvertently what ISIS was doing purposefully. We did the same thing with Raqqa. And we've continued to publish along the way as we've done these works. We've published books, articles, scholarly pieces, and so on to understand the nature of our practice. After ISIS was kicked out of and defeated in Mosul, we went into the Mosul Museum and worked with the Olive Foundation, a newfound foundation, with the Louvre, now with the World Monuments Fund, and of course our Iraqi colleagues, in helping that museum recover. Here's what that museum looked like. A hole right in that Assyrian gallery, an 18-foot-long hole exploded as historical artifacts were blown up in that gallery. This slide shows a picture of what the museum director described to me I thought it was New York slush. It's kind of white, it's kind of gray. But this is what the museum director described to me as 25,000 books and manuscripts burnt and soaked look like. And so we did work in the museum, looking at the museum as we were trained by the FBI art crime team to look at a museum as a crime scene, something that most museum people never consider. But we were documenting that to document war crimes, cultural war crimes in Iraq and at that museum. We propped up the floor of that museum, and now with the Louvre World Monuments Funds and our Iraqi colleagues are labeling every piece of rubble and trying to put the museum back together again with Olive Foundation support. And here you see a new conservation center at the museum that helps us do that work. We've also been engaged in repatriation in Iraq. Here you see our colleagues from the museum packing up 16,000 objects to be returned to Iraq. And here, the famed Gilgamesh tablet being returned to Iraq that we did at a ceremony with U.S. government officials, the head of UNESCO and others that we held at the Smithsonian to give to our Iraqi Minister of Culture and head of Archaeology and Heritage. In 2016, these efforts led to President Obama signing the Protect and Preserve Cultural Property Act, which for the first time called upon the U.S. government to actually cooperate, different parts of it, different agencies, different organizations to cooperate. We put together a cultural heritage coordinating committee composed of people from the different agencies to actually coordinate U.S. government efforts to save cultural heritage, whether in natural disasters or in conflict situations. That same year, there was a poignant conference in Abu Dhabi among world leaders. Francois Hollande, the leader of France, committed $30 million. Other leaders stepped forward and in the end raised about $80 million to fund cultural heritage in conflict situations. That was also mirrored by a conference at Yale, which then led to the formation of the Global Consortium for Protection of Cultural Heritage and other efforts in the scholarly and nonprofit community to try to fund, study, understand, and develop methodologies to protect cultural heritage in crisis situations. It led to a lot of training. We cooperated, the Smithsonian did, with ICROM, with the Prince Claus Fund and so on, in training people from around the world, both in conservation for first responders, as well as for cultural leaders, so they can convince others, make the case, and do the planning to respond to terrible crises that afflicted their society. One of the people we trained was an early trainee and then became a trainer himself, was a fellow named Ihor Poshavalo, the director of the Maidan Museum in Kiev in Ukraine, who became very adept in really understanding the situation. We also moved with the U.S. Army to reinvigorate the monuments men and women, those officers during World War II who helped save treasures both in Europe and in Japan in the midst of World War II, and started training. And actually just in August of 2022, graduated our first class of monuments officers with training and a ceremony at the Smithsonian. One of those officers, Hayden Bassett, is an archaeologist, served in the Army, does now, and runs our Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab, a partnership between the Smithsonian and the Virginia Museum of Natural History. And he and his group really they're monitoring situations, whether it be Armenia and Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, other parts of the world, and since early 2021 have been monitoring the situation in Ukraine. Just a month before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, in January, they published an intriguing scholarly article looking at Russian monument building in the Donbass and Crimea. And actually what they were seeing were the Russians marking their territory in a place that they were soon to invade. And rather than tearing down older monuments celebrating Ukrainian history and culture, they were building ones to Stalin, to World War II, denazification, and so on. And we documented that. And that was very important in giving, I think, people a heads up that what might be coming. Now, what we did also through the Cultural Heritage Monitoring Lab is we've now documented over 28,000 sites, cultural heritage sites in Ukraine. It's not all of them, but it's cemeteries, churches, libraries, museums, performing arts centers, archaeological sites, memorials, and monuments in Ukraine. And we monitor these with now with satellites that we have access to through the help of NASA, Maxar, Department of Defense, and so on. And what we do is we have several satellites that monitor through infrared heat incidents. That is where do you see heat? Where you see heat, there's fire, there's shelling, there's missiles, there's bombs being dropped. And so if you see a map of these 28,000 sites in Ukraine, look at the red dots. That's where we're monitoring these incidents of possible damage and shelling. And so with that, we're able to monitor, also focus in on satellites, say, okay, there's a red incident, there's something that occurred here. Here's the Ivankiv Museum in Ukraine. And just outside of Kiev, here it was before. You see in this image, this satellite image, snow on the roof. This is a few days before the Russian invasion. Now look at it a few days after the Russian invasion. What do you see? Well, you don't see a roof. You see right into the museum. And there's no collateral damage around it. It looks like the museum was a specific target of this. Shelling and bombing. And this is a museum that held tremendous and precious, highly regarded Ukrainian folk art. Here's a picture on the ground of the museum on fire. So right now the Smithsonian, with State Department and others, are documenting cultural war crimes in Ukraine and looking at what's happening there. And here you see images of other museums and churches in Ukraine where we're documenting stage by stage, day by day, damage to these places, roofs blown off, holes in the roofs, and so on. Indeed, as of the end of September, we documented over 1,500 possible sites, cultural sites, damaged, and we've confirmed more than 200 of those. And here's a distribution of those sites in Ukraine, and it's no surprise, it's the places you've read about in the newspaper. Now, as we were doing this, Ukrainians, as the Russians invaded, at first Ukrainians weren't sure they would, but then have moved very quickly to protect their heritage. Here's sandbagged statues in Odessa, people moving art in the museums. And the key figures of this, again, Ihor Poshavalo, who trained, was a fellow at the Smithsonian, who took our training and is now leading that effort. The Vice Minister of Culture, Chuyeva, Svetlana Strelnikova from the National Conservation Center. So the international community has rallied around this. We have weekly meetings with UNESCO and colleagues. We provide advice for Ukrainian colleagues. People from around the world have shipped in supplies, boxes, wrap, plywood, fire extinguishers, and so on, and delivered them around Ukraine through our Ukrainian colleagues to make sure these supplies get to museums to help protect their holdings. Now, Svetlana Strelnikova at the National Conservation Center had a problem. She didn't have any vehicles to get her curators out to the different museums distributed around the country. We were able to make a deal with Uber. Uber came to the rescue and every day picks up conservators and takes them on conservation house calls around Ukraine. It's not an easy task. They go to various museums around the country delivering supplies. They find places without roofs. They find places destroyed. Here you see Ihor picking up and salvaging precious material from a church that's been heavily shelled. But museum curators and conservators go into places and people very hastily got stuff out of their museums and collections. They threw it in boxes. And so the conservators now are going around taking inventories, doing conservation reports, and looking at precious items that document Ukrainian culture because they know that Putin made Ukrainian culture an object of the war. The idea is to obliterate identity. How do you obliterate identity? How do you dispirit a people and destroy their resolve? You destroy their history, you destroy their culture, you destroy their sense of who they are. So these conservators are doing heroic things right now in restoring and keeping safe these items. We continue to provide, conservators at the Smithsonian and other institutions provide advice almost daily to our colleagues in Ukraine. And of course, we've tried to publicize the plight of Ukrainian culture with other institutions, Kennedy Center, the Metropolitan Opera, hosted a musicians orchestra, Freedom Orchestra. We've seen things on TV. We've done exhibits of currency and stamps at the Smithsonian. We've produced for Smithsonian Magazine, and as have others, various features to expose the public to the cultural destruction and the response of the Ukrainians to meet it. And we've done several special programs. I did one just a few weeks ago in New York with First Lady Olena Zelenska of Ukraine, showing the damage, showing the importance of Ukrainian culture, but also the willingness and the desire of the international community to come together to preserve culture under this crisis. It takes a village to do this: money, scholarship, skill, and willingness, indeed, to stand up and unite for culture when it needs it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard Kurin, for the incredible presentations. It was interesting to learn the diverse case studies. I would like to introduce our last presenter, Dr. Stefan Simon from Röntgen Research Laboratory. Dr. Stefan Simon will be presenting Look Up, Museums in the Global Crisis. We welcome Dr. Richard Kurin to the floor.
Yeah, hello from Nantucket, Massachusetts. My name is Stefan Simon. I'm director of the Röntgen Forschungslabor, the Röntgen Research Laboratory with the National Museums in Berlin. And I thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the hosts at the Korean National University of Cultural Heritage for giving me this opportunity to talk tonight about a topic which is keeping me busy since the last 15 years, museums and cultural heritage in the global crisis and what can be done about that. Well, a crisis usually has a beginning and an end, and we all may remember the Corona crisis, the COVID. In Germany, empty highways, not a single car driving, not even our football or soccer fields accessible. But that crisis, while it's still going on in some parts of the world, for many of us, thanks God, it's over. The global crisis, the cultural crisis, the climate crisis is not over. And that's why I'm not even so certain whether we could call it a climate crisis. Well, we all associate climate change with rising seawater levels, like on the World Heritage Site here in Kilva Kisivani. In the scenario of 3 degrees Celsius, maybe 20% of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites will be threatened by seawater level rises. And the seawater rise has also speeded up in the past years. You can see in this diagram, then in the last 9 years, almost globally more than 4 millimeter per year, while in the late 1990s was like 2 millimeter per year. So the speed and the momentum with which seawater levels, global mean sea levels are rising, has tremendously increased. What also is a consequence of climate change are, of course, disasters, natural disasters like flood events. These are 2 pictures I took when I was in 2002 at the Elbe flood in Dresden and in Prague. And you can see the tremendous power flood has, destroy here the museum, the depository of musical instruments in Terezin, but also the Czech National Architectural Archive on the island of Invalidovna in Prague. High temperatures, drought, of course, leads to high fire risk. We have seen in the last summer, the Lytton Chinese History Museum near Vancouver, after a period of temperatures in the upper 40s, this Chinese History Museum was lost due to a wildfire. But of course also huge museums have been affected by wildfire in September 2000, by fire in September 2018, the National Museum in Rio de Janeiro, when in one night almost 20 million objects burned and were lost. So fire really counts among the biggest and most important threats to museum and cultural heritage. But there are also other factors, like, for example, urbanization. Every week, the big cities are growing by 1.5 million inhabitants every week. So there's a trend from the rural to the urban environment. And of course, this has implications on cultural heritage and its preservation. The loss of architectural excavations, the building activity in the big cities, but also social aspects of living in a big city. Let's not forget that if the metropolia and the big cities were a country, they would be ranking on position 3 in the emission scale of carbon dioxide. So Holy Father Francis said in his encyclical letter in 2015 that disappearance of a culture can be just as serious or even more serious than the disappearance of a species, of a and that is what comes with the crisis. It's not just rising seawater levels, it is conflict, it is war, and it is the intentional destruction of cultural heritage comes with it. And we all may remember the terribly painful destruction by the Islamic State, as here in Palmyra, in Syria, where they blew up historic structures, temples like the Baal Shemin Temple, the Triumphal Arch, and other historic sites, and left those who brought in shock. But there is another consequence of cultural heritage conflict and crisis. Is in the aftermath of such a crisis, of course, many objects are looted and are ending up in our Western or Northern collections. Our museums are full of objects without provenance. And I'm always asking my students, when you come to a museum, ask yourself why these sculptures very often have no feet, why they do not have no feet. They probably had feet, but the feet very often remained on the pedestal in the historic structure where they come from, because it was just too heavy to carry away. So visit the museums, but ask where these objects coming from. Keep in mind that looting of cultural heritage is nothing new, is an old story. You can see it in Rome at the Titus Arch, when the Roman soldiers are carrying away the loot from ancient Jerusalem. Also, iconoclasm is nothing new. From the French Revolution to the famous drawing by Goya, he doesn't know what he's doing to the shocking and awful actions by representatives of the Islamic State in Syria and in Iraq. You always see a similar pattern. It's interesting, often somebody climbing up a ladder, having a hammer, the artworks are a little bit higher, and then just smashing it down. Nothing new, but nevertheless awful and terrible. And I have always been advocating for supporting those who are defending cultural heritage in the first line on the ground. I went to Syria in December 2016, in the National Museum in Damascus, and I saw these reliefs which they rescued from Palmyra. And I was thinking that with all the problems we have in the world, we as cultural heritage professionals should be creative and should be generous and should be decided to support everybody who defends cultural heritage in the first line on the ground. And that also reflects on my take on the war we have now in Europe, in the heart of Europe, since February 24, after Russia attacked in an illegal war the Ukraine. UNESCO has verified damage by the beginning of November already to 213 sites, 16 museums, and of course, we cannot just ignore this. We have to help our colleagues in Ukraine and in the affected areas of Ukraine to safeguard and protect their cultural heritage. Well, last year, science fiction came out by Kim Stanley Robinson, the Ministry for the Future. This is a book which starts with an unprecedented heat wave in India, in which millions of people are dying. The same spring here, when I read actually this science fiction, I looked in the Weather Channel and we could see high temperatures in April, end of April, the high 40s Celsius. In some areas of Pakistan, almost 50 degrees Celsius. Pakistan, by the way, which was then flooded to almost 30% in the early fall. So you see that the weather, there's something is happening. And I think it's a weird time when you can decide whether you read a science fiction, a highly applauded science fiction, or you turn on the news channel, the Weather Channel, and you look what the news are, and you get kind of similar and frightening information. We all know that we're on track of rising temperatures. We are on track of emitting more and more CO2. Most of the countries who signed up on the Paris Climate Accord comply with their own commitment. And I think that's a tragedy, and we see more and more also climate activists actually entering also our museums and demanding nothing less from our governments than to abide by the law, to comply with their own commitment, and to finally curb the emission of greenhouse gases like CO2 that we can, well, I think it looks pretty grim, but we can at least still comply with the 2 degree scenario. I think the 1.5 degree scenario, which already is a very serious threat, is not anymore possible to keep and might be passed not by 2033, but earlier. So imagine this crisis being, and now I'm quoting Johan Rockström, who is director of an institute on climate change in Potsdam. Johan Rockström, in his new Netflix documentary, says a crisis is like driving in the complete darkness by car. And what science is doing, what researchers can be doing, is it can be the headlights of your car. It can show you where you're driving. And I think this is the role of science. This is the role of us as scientists to be the headlights in this car, which is driving at a high speed in the middle of crisis. So what are the points and why I call this presentation Look Up? We have to realize that the climate crisis is real. It has already begun in some parts of the world. We caused it. It's a human-caused phenomenon. It is an unprecedented, serious threat to our civilization, and it will affect all areas of our lives. And once we understand these 4 points, it's real, it's human-made, unprecedented, and a serious threat, and affect us in all areas, then we can start thinking what we can still do about it. Is there something we can do about it? And the first thing is, of course, to see where are we with our museums. And if you take a look to Great Britain, museums are only 8% of the organizations in the NPO, the National Portfolio Organizations. 8% of the organizations are museums, but they're responsible in 2018, 2019, have been responsible for 41% of the carbon footprint. Why is this the case? Well, it is because many museums are highly climatized, narrow climate corridors, narrowly steered, relative humidity, temperature, huge machines which are working in the bellies and in the cellars of these museums, like here in the Humboldt Forum, circulating air and trying to keep what is called a good museum climate. Museums are ranging in their energy consumption between almost nothing, like 5 or 6 kilowatt hours per square meter a year, to more than 1,000. That is the margin where you are, and the median, medium energy consumption of these museums is approximately at 300 kilowatt hours today. 10 years ago, I thought, and I was advocating in my lectures, we have to build museums which use a third of it, which use 100 kilowatt hours per square meter a year, if we want to comply with the Paris climate accord if we want to reduce our carbon footprint. Now, actually, I think a climate neutral and climate neutral zero emission museum should not be using more than 30-40 kilowatt hours per square meter a year. And you can compare this with the energy consumption in your museum, in your country, and probably will see that with all the talking about climate crisis, with all the talking of museums being, art and being really models in the struggle with climate crisis, most museums are exactly the opposite. They're exactly the ones who are the most energy intensive entities in the urban context, using more energy than a hospital, than high performance computing and other areas in the city, because they are heavily climatized. And we don't even know whether they need to be climatized. I want to give you one example, whether it's actually, I'm always saying it's more based on technical feasibility than it is based on conservation needs. Take a look at this museum. It's built by Mies van der Rohe, the new National Gallery in Berlin, opened in 1969, built 1968. It was one of the first museums in Germany with an HVAC system, which means that everything which is older than the mid-60s has lived its whole life in a non-climatized environment, right? So it's not something new, which came in the last 50 years. And it came actually exactly in this time where we are filling up the bathtub in our atmosphere with CO2. Remember that 60% of the CO2, which is in the atmosphere, has been emitted in the last 40 years. Also, when the new National Gallery was opened in Germany, Earth Overshoot Day was on December 29. This year, it was on May 3rd. It just came after 4 months and 3 days, the Earth Overshoot Day for our country. And that shows us how irresponsible we were dealing with our resources and how irresponsible we're still dealing today when we are building new museums. I'm always saying the best museum you can build now is the museum you do not build, especially if you are here, like we're in Germany, building the most climate hostile museum of our history, devoted to the art of the 20th century, supposed to be using, actually, according to my calculation, more than 500 kilowatt hours per square meter in a year. And I call this a really irresponsible decision, and we shouldn't wonder when young people then enter our museums, like the initiative of Just Stop Oil or the Last Generation, and protesting, because what they want to do, you can call this, vandalism, definitely. And, I'm also not happy with these actions, and I'm also condemning actually actions in museums of these activists, but in my heart and with my brain, I understand why they are doing it. And I think they have all right to protest the inability of our governments worldwide to do something against the climate crisis, because it is their life and is the life of their children, which is on the line, and which we're seeing compromised in everywhere, almost everywhere in the world. So I think what we're experiencing these actions, that it will not be the end of the escalation, and I hope really that the governments worldwide will start finally curbing climate change. Because also, our work as researchers in the museums and the universities is investigating cultural heritage, gaining knowledge, and by gaining knowledge, actually increasing the value of these objects, like here, the Three Magi Shrine in Cologne Cathedral. It's very, very frequent, visited by more than 5 million visitors every year, or the bust of Queen Nefertiti in our museum collection. Scientific investigation, conservation investigations are increasing values, and about these values we need to discuss. And we have a tradition, or we did this discussion with the Global South. We had conferences of culture and crisis also in Pretoria, where was the last meeting of the Global Consortium for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage in 2018. The discussion between the North and the South is very, very important. And I want to give you one example, because this conference takes place in Korea. I had the opportunity to work for UNESCO with the World Heritage Site Susandri and others in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, in North Korea. My work there was filled with wonderful experiences because we share this common aim to restore and to conserve these tombs properly, mural paintings, beautiful, beautiful objects. And I think cultural heritage can be a bridge and can be bridging cultures, bridging generations, bridging across political and language and cultural boundaries. And I think this is the huge potential for cultural heritage. To help to make our world a better place. Listen to the voices from the south. Father Najib, now he's the Archbishop of Mosul and Accra, came to my class talking to my students about how he rescued the books from Mosul after the Daesh and the Islamic State invasion. It's important to listen to these voices. It is also important to see that universities have a role to instill respect for cultural heritage, because it will be the young generation who will be responsible for the destiny of cultural heritage. They will decide whether to preserve or whether to forget or whether to abandon under very, very more difficult circumstances than our generation has done this over the past 50 years. So I think, and I think I will leave it with this. We are now also offering, of course, internships for scholars from Ukraine and also persecuted scholars from Russia to come to our laboratory to study with us together the preservation of cultural heritage. I think this is the least we can do, because the science, and I'm coming to the end with an example from Kenosha County, from the Menominee Indians in Wisconsin, which is not very encouraging and not giving us much hope. This is the Spirit Rock in the Route 55, in the Menominee Reservation. The story about this rock is that if it's crumbling down if it's totally crumbled down, and then the human race will be extinct. And this is a postcard from the 1930s, and you see that there already is some kind of protection. They wanted to avoid the cars running into the rock, right, and kind of shortening the life of the humanity. In the 1950s, another postcard, it looks like this. And when I saw these postcards from the Menominee Reservation, I thought I should be driving there and I should be checking how the stone looks now. And I went a couple of years ago there, and this is all which is left. And I'm coming from stone conservation, originally from conservation of natural stone. So this has been my field, and in my humble assessment, we have at the most, with this degradation speed of this rock, 50 years, 60 years, well, not much more than this last remnants of the stone will be lost. Well, my first reaction, of course, was I was a little bit upset with the Menominee Indians, because I am convinced they could have picked a much better stone when discussing such an important question like the survival of the human race. This is definitely not a good stone, really a really bad stone, and really a bad choice. And I can only hope that the Menominee Indians are wrong in their forecast, but I think we should take it serious, and the consequences of our action or inaction will be much worse than removing a little bit of super glue from a frame, from a painting in our gallery. It will be much worse. It will be much more important. And this is, I think, the window to the future. And I thank you for your attention. And I hope, and I would like to ask you, do whatever you can to defend cultural heritage in crisis, but also help those and be generous and be creative to those who are defending cultural heritage in the first line on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan Simon. We will now move on to the discussion of session 3. Professor Maggie Lobster from University of Pretoria will be the moderator, and Dr. Richard Crane and then Dr. Deborah Norris from University of Delaware. We welcome them through Zoom. Okay, hello everyone.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, I would like to give the floor to Professor Maggie. Now, microphone is yours.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Maggie.
Deborah?
I
Yes.
think now we can hear each other.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, to both Richard and Stefan, thank you for really, really insightful presentations. I was fortunate in that I got to watch it earlier on already. So I had a little bit time to absorb and think, and I have to say, one of the things Stefan said that stuck with me was that we sometimes forget that it's actually the culture, joining different cultures is a way to build a cultural bridge across cultures. And Richard, something you said that I will really impacted me was the fact that how at the Smithsonian you guys don't just fly in like Superman and go and sort the problem, but you actually train people to look after their own heritage. And I wonder if we can maybe start with you and if you can elaborate on that a little bit, on the philosophy behind it.
Well, I think, ultimately, culture resides in the people who hold it and make it and who it's meaningful to. And so, you can, you may have to and develop in certain communities, and certainly out of a result of research and professional skills and, kind of layering that over time. Um, new knowledge and ways of doing things, but ultimately culture resides in the people who are there. And, you know, I look at Deborah, Deborah, really created an institution in Iraq after invasions and war and civil strife and so on. That's trained hundreds and hundreds of Iraqis, over the period of the last decade. And Delaware, University of Pennsylvania, Smithsonian, others have participated in that. But centrally, it's the Iraqis. And if we're ever going to have hope for, recovering and preserving that heritage, it's going to be in Iraqi hands, not American ones. Same thing in Haiti. We could do the U.S. has invaded Haiti a few times. We're pretty good at that. But ultimately, culture has to be in the hands of the people that hold it and who it's significant for.
I think, Maggie, can I jump in on that?
Please, I wanted to hand over to you.
Okay. So Richard, I also enjoyed your presentation and was able to watch it ahead of time, and Stefan's as well. Such important topics for our field. I mean, this is really the critical focus that we all need to take when we're thinking about the preservation of cultural heritage. And I think the work that the Smithsonian has done, that Richard documented in his commentary, is just so significant. And exactly for the reason that you cited, Maggie, that the focus is on people, focus is on the community, the focus is on building skills and knowledge and capacity, and opportunities for collaboration. That's certainly what's happened in Iraq. It's what's happened in Haiti. And it's what's happening in other parts of the world. And when I look at our students, so I direct the Department of Art Conservation at the University of Delaware. This is what our students are interested in as well. They are entering our field not just to be focused on the examination, documentation, analysis, treatment, and care of cultural heritage. They're entering our field to address the societal challenges, to use those skills and knowledge to preserve cultural heritage, to build cultural understanding. And you see that in the presentations that both Stefan and Richard made today, or this evening for some of you. And I think that's really compelling. And as I think about the future of our field, this is something we need to continue to focus on. How can we use our skills and knowledge to help tell these stories, to build these connections, to empower communities to care for and lead this work in much the same way that the Smithsonian has done this time and time again with different communities around the world.
I think
No, that's fine. Go on.
No, I think for many, students and young people, and and even some of us older people, it's the conservation of culture is not just a technical thing. I think that's what it is. It really is a humanistic undertaking, and it's connected in many ways to issues of respect and certainly understanding, but also issues of human rights. Where we see increasingly, cultural heritage used, as a target. Certainly, the idea of obliterating somebody's culture, that's that's not a good thing. That's not about, an object on a pedestal in a museum. I mean, that's about people's identity, their sense of who they are, and the stuff that gives them strength. And so I think we recognize if we want a better world and a better humanity, we're going to have respect for various our cultural diversity around the planet. It's not always an easy thing. What's culturally valuable to one people can be antithetical to another. And as I pointed out many UNESCO meetings, it's not a small world after all. It's not a Disneyfied world where a lot of cultural heritage has to do with my people beat your people over the head, and that's why we built a monument, or that's why we have these objects, or that's why we have this great epic. But it's an understanding of the context of that, and then it's the learning from that. And of course, if we obliterate it, we won't learn anything.
The other thing, Maggie, I hope we're not derailing all your questions, but it's fun just to have that conversation. But so my field is photograph conservation, the preservation of historic and contemporary photographs. And I've had the privilege to really travel around the world focused on this subject. And photographs connect everyone, right? I have learned that it doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you put out a few pictures of babies, everybody is totally connected, and they all have their stories, and we need to find ways to build on this. And time again in my workshops, I've seen people come together from other parts of the world totally connected through cultural heritage and the stories that these objects tell. I tend to be an optimist for sure, but I strongly believe that our field, the preservation of cultural heritage, has the capacity to address these challenges that our society is facing in such powerful ways.
So, Deborah, when you speak of photographs, I mean, the great thing about that is what we've discovered, and certainly doing work domestically in the United States in terms of natural disasters, floods, hurricanes, fires, and stuff. So your community is hit with a tornado. Your house is being blown away. You're tremendous wreckage, and then you go in afterward. First, you run out of your house. What do you grab? What do people grab? Not music. They grab their photo albums, right? Because it connects them to their family, to their memories, to their own history of who they are. And their TV may be monetarily, the big screen TV may be worth a lot more monetarily, but it's those old photographs of grandma and grandpa that, or their kids when they're younger that they grab. And we've done a lot of workshops in these disaster zones where people want to know, how can I preserve this? It's the most important thing, and really at a grassroots level. So I think when we talk about cultural heritage, I think your point is right. It's something that not only defines nations and larger communities, but it defines us as human beings, as people individually. Very powerful. I'm sorry, Maggie, keep cutting you off there.
Oh, Maggie.
No, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Speaking from the Global South, 4 years into the first program, Intangible Heritage Conservation in Sub-Saharan Africa, we're experiencing this because in South Africa, there's a limited understanding of what conservation is. And one of the first assignments we give our master's class is to bring something from home, a biographical object that tells them something about themselves. And then they have to present it to the class. They get to learn and know each other this way, but immediately it makes people think, because you were mentioning photographs. people bring a photograph or a teacup from their mother and immediately you have that realization. And especially in a country like South Africa, where we've got such a contested past, well, who doesn't? You know, so there's a lot of reconciliation happening through cultural heritage. When people start to understand, but, you know, these dinkos, which is the little clay pots that a woman gets when a girl gets when she becomes a woman, in most Western collections, they were actually stored with a cookware. Now, that is probably the equivalent of making a cheese fondue in a baptismal font for a Christian. You know, and I think, Richard, you earlier said that's one of the quickest ways to dehumanize people is to take their heritage away. And sadly, that's one of the things the apartheid government did. Because they saw a lot of these traditional spiritual objects as witchcraft. And there was really a big drive through the missionaries and stuff to destroy these objects. And through that, we sit today with a young generation who don't necessarily know the heritage they're supposed to care for. And that brings me to what I just read a blog last week of a woman, and I wrote down her name so that I could quote her, Angelica Issa, who wrote a blog on what she called the 11th agent of deterioration. And that was obscurity.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't keep this topic up there and in the news and it becomes obscure, then the objects, the heritage, tangible as well as intangible, will disappear.
I think, Maggie, can I jump in? First of all, what you're doing in South Africa is really fantastic. And I know so many are benefiting from all this knowledge and education and research and connections. And all of this education is so important. But you know, I think that's such a compelling quote, right? We often say in our field how important it is to communicate the value and significance of this work and to engage everyone. Conservation is about everyone. It's not just about conservators and scientists working together with curators and archivists. It's about the community. It's about preserving these objects that we treasure, the kinds of objects, Maggie, that they're bringing to class on that first day that they love and treasure, and preserving those stories. But I think in our field, we need to constantly think about how do we advocate, how do we promote this work, how do we engage others in these conversations, or that 11th point of deterioration, you know, can become true, the obscurity issue. And I have the privilege to spend a lot of time fundraising for the work that we do too. And that's where this becomes really critical and Richard's so good at this, but how do you communicate the value and significance of the work? Why is it important? Why is the preservation of cultural heritage important to the world? And we need to keep focusing on that and telling these stories. The stories are amazing. So many times, and I'm sure this is true at the Smithsonian and at the university as well, you bring individuals in, they want to learn a little bit about conservation. They're totally amazed. They've never thought about it. And then they start telling the stories about the objects that they care for. So we can connect. We can ensure that this work is not obscure, but we need to be very intentional in this work. And we need to tell these stories that these objects hold and how their preservation is essential, why our work is valued.
Yeah, and I think it's trying to do it at a big enough scale. I mean, that I think is the challenge, because we're pretty good at what I'd call kind of conservation brain surgery. I mean, Deborah's far more adept than I am. We have conservators at the Smithsonian museums, and they'll work on about 24 objects. We have some conservators that'll work on 10 objects a year or less, and it's really, occasionally it's a brain surgery, you're focusing on that. But the things you raised, Maggie, are such bigger issues. So when you think about, like, in the intangible heritage realm, what happens to all those stories if nobody knows the language? If the language disappears, that, and the language is something you can't do as, kind of in a surgical one person working with, hi, I'm going to work on a noun today and tomorrow I'll get to a verb. You need a social community to keep speaking that language and transfer the knowledge. We know we're losing, we're losing basically a language a week on the planet. That's a big kind of thing. And Deb, I think your point about being able to kind of talk about it is very important. One of the things we've been doing in a cultural leadership program, we just had a recent session in the Netherlands for people from about 25 different countries, is working with cultural heritage leaders to be able to explain to politicians, to others, why it's important to do this work. Because in the end, culture, okay, it's not going to be up there with food and medicine, right? But it's got to be somewhere up there on the list. And typically it gets relegated so far down on the list, it ends up being, 1/1000th of 1% of the money going into any crises. And, ministries of culture still in most countries of the world, or cultural establishments in most countries of the world, really minuscule. There may be a lot of verbiage and, talk about how important our culture is and so on. But when it comes to monetary support, it's pretty minuscule. Really.
I think that I think that's such an important point, Richard. One thing I've learned in the fundraising piece of all this is that we've got to find a way to connect the work we do to societal challenges, so that and that elevates art and culture. So how can the work that we do promote joy, promote well-being, promote cultural identity, promote reconciliation? The work, Richard, you mentioned it in Iraq, is a good example of that. So a lot of the funding that supported the building of the Institute in Erbil came from the State Department in the United States, but it wasn't under art and culture necessarily. Some of it was under peace and reconciliation, cultural understanding. So how do we constantly connect the work that we're doing to its capacity to address the societal challenges, which is where the investment is? And being able to constantly make those connections, I think, is really important, and inspiring and empowering, our students, the next generation, who are really focused on sustainability and social justice and all these issues that are so critical to our world. How do we connect the preservation of cultural heritage to addressing those challenges?
Yeah, we've also tried to make the case that, cultural heritage constitutes kind of the DNA, and so it's something to work with. And that's the source of future cultural creativity. That is, if you undo that. I mean, why do we have, artists like the fact that we have museums? Because they can visit it and then be inspired to create new art. It's not like they're repainting the same art over and over again. And, I know the Air and Space Museum at the, Smithsonian, which, in a good year pre-COVID, get 10 million people a year. Over the course of, its founding, it's hosted hundreds and hundreds of millions of people, from astronauts to designers to engineers. And people look at those engines, they look at the wings, they get inspired by it. Mm-hmm. And so cultural heritage provides a kind of base for future creativity. It's part of that civic nature, in some ways, of a historic museum to engender respect among people, for a history museum to, inspire ideas of civics, for science and technology museums to inspire the idea of innovation. And, they have a role. So I think you're right. It's seeing culture with a larger kind of consequence. My negative story in that is when we went to Haiti right after the earthquake, and a lot of these murals and churches and so on, cultural heritage sites, were in rubble. U.S. aid was paying, they had a program to pay Haitians $5 a day to shovel up rubble and throw it away. And we, as the Smithsonian, or even though we're the National Museum, still kind of edges on stuff. We went to USAID in Haiti. We said, can you pay people $5 a day to shovel up the rubble and keep it, not throw it away?
Yeah.
Because it's valuable. It could be put back together. It's important. We did not win that battle.
Yeah. Yeah, that was so tragic.
Yeah, really tragic. But in the end, USA did come through and help sponsor that project. But it took a while. It took 18 months of convincing and a lot of other leaders coming to bear and seeing how important that was in terms of the recovery of the society. That's still an ongoing story, and obviously in the situation. And I think as we look at it today, if you look at the Ukrainians, what are they fighting for? I mean, Putin wants to destroy their culture and wipe it out. And if you want to say Ukrainians don't have a culture, don't have a society, aren't entitled to their state because they don't have a real culture, well, the easiest way of showing that is to wipe it out. If there's no Ukrainian libraries, archives, monuments, treasures, there's no history. And the Ukrainians are fighting tooth and nail for that because it's the freedom to be who they are. So I think we get the idea that it's really important. Still within the cultural mix and the economic mix and aid mix, official government aid for Ukrainian culture is terrible, is minuscule, totally minuscule, and yet it's so important.
I think that's the problem, is that funding for conservation as a rule is minuscule. And Deborah brought it up how you pitch it. Because I was at an executive pitch a few weeks ago, and the Vice Chancellor said to me, well, the lady just before you pitched for money for a project for food security. Mm-hmm. How do I weigh your project against her project? Mm-hmm. And that was a very good argument to make. And mine was exactly what Richard said now. It was because conservation is our DNA. It's what makes each and every one of us unique, who we are, and part of this wonderful big cosmos of ours. But I want to throw another question to you, and it flows from this and the funding, because why is it that we only get funding once there's a crisis? It just happened 2 years ago in South Africa when the Jagger Reading Room, it's almost 2, yeah, when the Jagger Reading Room at UCT burned down. Now, first of all, a big part of that collection was saved because for the previous many years, and I'm talking many decades, conservators were non-stop fighting for fire-safe doors. And it was installed 6 months before the fire. And that saved totally irreplaceable koi sign sun drawings and material. But as you all know, the biggest danger after a fire is the water they use to douse it. So our students immediately rushed down to go and help with first of all with the salvaging process, to get all these crates of soggy material out and help in the triage tent to see what should they immediately look after, what could be freeze-dried and looked after later, and what is just rubble that, there's no saving it. But by a year later, there was funding to bring people from all over the world to come and help, starting a conservation lab dedicated to that collection. And one of my first graduates is actually now working there. And that's the question I want to pose you. Why do we need to have a crisis before politicians and authorities wake up?
Richard, do you want to try that?
Well, I'll try. Okay. Yeah, I mean, look at the Brazilian museum, for want of, a few $1 million, they could have saved the museum. And then afterwards, everybody was embarrassed by the fire, and everybody was pledging from the president on down, they're going to put up $200-300 million to rebuild the museum. It gets put in that kind of political ecosystem. In Washington, we kind of say, you're not going to get money until it's a disaster. Like if Social Security is going to really run out, you're going to pay for it, but you're not going to do it beforehand. And sometimes governments run on it, and politicians run on it. Look, the crisis right now is the slow moving crisis, as Stefan and some of our Korean colleagues have noted. It's climate change, and when a crisis appears to be slow moving, then people are very reluctant to do it, and they need, will that appeal to constituencies? Can I sell that? Is that important to do? And so there is a chance. Politicians and I think the media and the news cycle kind of funnel that in a way, because it's high, something's on fire, you got to put it out, and so it's short attention spans, it's political compulsion, and I think that's sad. I don't know what to do about that. Because politicians seem to thrive on that, and the media seems to thrive on that.
But I think, again, it comes down to us. It's our responsibility, right? So the story that Maggie just told about the library and the fire doors, that needs to be told and shared broadly so that our colleagues and other institutions can use that as a tangible example. That fire was awful, and there were so many objects that were damaged, but so many that were saved because of those doors. And so we need to continue to do a better job of sharing those stories and absolutely relentlessly promoting the importance of, in this case, emergency preparedness. And I do think we're doing better. How many institutions have emergency plans? We need to keep focusing on that. And then we need individuals within those cultural institutions, those collections, wherever they might be. They're not always in museums, they can be in anywhere in the world, advocating for them and their value and how they can be protected through planning, through proper planning, whether it's to address environmental issues or to prepare for imminent disasters and emergencies, which are just happening so often. It's terrifying, really. And but I think that we have the tools and we have the stories and we have the examples, and we need to share them and learn from them and build on that.
And relentlessly.
Relentlessly.
I think that's because advocacy is our calling in life.
Mm-hmm.
Way more than restorative conservation. Advocacy is what the world needs. Now I'm going to throw another cat in the pigeon, amongst the pigeons. Because it was just a dress that Kim Kardashian wore to the Met Gala. The fact that it was Marilyn Monroe's dress created an absolute social media outrage and storm. I, for one, never knew that dress existed until it was plastered all over the news. And this is the thing that disturbs me. Yes, it takes either a fire or, shall we call it, unethical practices. I'm not entirely sure because, like I said, I'm a bit on the wire with this one. I never even knew the dress existed before it was worn. But suddenly the whole world knows about something. So it's again about telling the stories. I don't agree with the historical dress necessarily being worn, but it told a story. And it made people aware, and it made people in my circles talk about it. And suddenly you can chime in with advocacy for conservation and give the pros and cons. So I wonder if sometimes we're not using all the angles to our disposal. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, I look, I think look, I've used and I've worked with a lot of celebrities over the years, as ways of, trying to bait the hook, so to speak, and get that attention and get something going. And you're right, those moments they make a lot of people aware for the moment. They're also forgettable because there's a next moment that comes along the next day or the next week. And oh yeah, I remember, and so I think the big challenge is how do you translate momentary crisis, attention, celebrity, concern into something that becomes a structural solution to it. And that structural solution is going to become in terms of either, some type of funding streams. It's going to come because you get positions. We've managed in, I don't know, I guess the last 10 years now, FEMA had one kind of half person devoted to cultural stuff. FEMA is the agency in the United States that deals with emergencies and emergency management. So they had a half a person that dealt with. We actually paid for her from our payroll. FEMA had one person for the whole United States that was charged with dealing with cultural stuff in emergencies. Now there's 3, so we've increased. Meanwhile, I mean, they have thousands and thousands of of employees, and there's no real big line there. It's relatively small lines for dealing with that. So the question is, how do you get structural change? Now, a few years ago, I think we recognized this. I think we recognized that there were concerns and needs. It was certainly the situation with ISIS in Syria and Iraq that brought that on. And because the UAE and France were doing the Louvre, Abu Dhabi at that point, it was really Jean-Luc Martinez, then the head of the Louvre, that brought that to Francois Hollande, said, let's create a fund, an emergency fund, because this really needs doing. And people's budgets were paltry for this. UNESCO had virtually no budget for this. The US had no budget. I mean, really no budget for this kind of emergency crisis stuff. They created a fund, and that raised $80 million right away. We just had another round of that. We raised another $90 million of that. I'm on the board, as is Marcus Hilgard from Germany, Marriott Westerman, who used to be Carnegie, and others. So now, we created a fund with $170 million in it for crisis situations, because it was feeling that we needed to have some source of money that would be available during an emergency. So during the emergency, you don't have to beg for it during it because the money's already raised. I think the problem we always have had in emergencies is an emergency happens and then you're trying to raise money during the emergency, which means, to Deborah's point, whatever plans you had, you can't activate them until you have money, fuel in the tank to do it. You can't get people on the ground. You can't mobilize resources because you're raising the money to do that. So it's much better to have plans ahead of time. It's much better to have dedicated people ahead of time. It's much better to have funding ahead of time so those things can all kick in. We do that in other aspects of emergency response, whether it be to civic response or whether it be to military response. Okay, if there's a war, it's not like the Air Force is saying, hey, we have a war, let's go build a plane. I mean, it's a little late for that. And so I think in the cultural area, we just haven't had that kind of infrastructure for preparation, for response, to many of these crises. And again, they're going to come more frequent. I think with the multipolar world, with conflict, we're going to see more regional conflicts. We're going to keep seeing culture as a target of war in different parts of the world. We're going to see increasing natural disasters as a result of climate change that are going to exacerbate hurricanes and tornadoes and flooding and so on. And then we're going to see this long-term thing. We'll also see issues related to lack of resources, which means that you have deferred maintenance. So you don't have those fire doors in libraries around the world. You don't have those, systems, fire prevention systems and so on. So we're going to see more of it. So we need to just be better prepared ahead of time. It's better to have what is it? The saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure or something? It's a lot cheaper to prepare and be adequately prepared than it is to respond.
I think that when we think about all these challenges, and Richard, you've outlined them all so beautifully, I think of my students, not just my students, but students, graduate, undergraduate students, emerging professionals. And they are so skilled at telling stories. They're so skilled at social media. They're so skilled at getting, the word out broadly. And so I have great belief in their capacity to continue to communicate these needs and to continue to connect, again, the work that we're doing to the communities where these objects are. And this is just so important. And, as all of these issues emerge, as we deal with increasing disasters and challenges, ethical challenges of all kinds connected to cultural heritage, it's our students who are going to take these stories, who have, again, engaged in this field because of their commitment, not just to the preservation of cultural heritage, but to making society a better place. And their enormous skill in telling these stories. I watch them time and time again, and I'm just totally inspired. And so I have confidence that we'll continue to deal with these issues and engage others in doing so. But that engagement at the grassroots level is really key. And you go back to what we were talking about earlier around community disasters, when people go home and find their photographs. And as a photograph conservator, that's sort of why I got into the field, really, because I wanted to work with people. And even then in the 1980s, this was an issue. And yet we didn't really have strategies for how do you deal with these materials. We need to be communicating with not just the museums about fire doors, but individuals about how to preserve their heritage within their homes, and what we can do to help them when they return to their homes and they find damaged materials of all kinds. And this is another initiative. There's just so many different directions that our field needs to be moving in simultaneously. There's so much to be done, but we're so fortunate with this organization, for example, to be able to work across boundaries in a more seamless way than's been possible in the past.
I have been fortunate to be involved, well, over the past 15 months, but very intensely the last 3 months with NICAS, with their global roadmap for conservation. And some of you might have seen the presentation early this morning from Glenys Ryerman on the conclusion, but we hope it will be published early in the new year once they've got everybody's informed consent, etc. And this was a group of young research associates, and it's exactly what you say, Deborah. I was blown away by their ability to tell a story, because the document they wrote was nothing like the research reports Richard, you and me were taught to write. They wrote something that should rather have been a website, which immediately makes it more accessible to the next generation, and which makes it more inclusive. Because if you design a website right, people can add to it, and they can comment on it, and it can really become a global network. So I think that is one of the places where the solution lies, because what I wanted to add to or ask from what Richard said, yes, we've now gathered, or you guys, you fortunate people in this Northern Hemisphere, has gathered a bit of a kitty for crisis response. I think in a lot of the Southern Hemisphere, we're closer to the survival breadline. If you're in a country with 30% unemployment, the Vice Chancellor is totally right to say to me, how do you motivate your conservation project if the person before you was talking about food security? But with with climate change, because we know it's not just global warming, it's climate change. And remember, our generation, and I don't say the three of us and the rest in the audience, but if you listen to Bayung Wang and Stefan Simon's presentations, they gave us absolutely unrefutable facts, which 10 years ago people were still rolling their eyes about. And I think we also need to put in place a plan to start doing the advocacy for crisis planning for the effect that climate change is going to have on our conservation.
Yeah. Well, for sure. I think we all agree with that. And what we have to figure out is how to do that effectively, collaboratively, and connected globally. Because these issues affect every single country around the world. And we just need to find a way to communicate that. You know, I often think around sustainability. So my oldest grandson, Mateo, is 8, and he calls me BB. And he's constantly telling me what I can and can't recycle. BB, I can't believe you just did that. You know, it should have gone here. You need to compost it or whatever. And, you know, he's taught that. And then I ask him about, well, how about, you know, the rocks that you're collecting? You know, the cultural heritage piece is not something he's as connected to. So how do we take all of these lessons and inspire that really young generation? They already, he's totally on top of things around sustainability. And you know, what do we do? So our need to communicate and connect the work that we're doing is very broad. There's a lot of work to be done, and yet I think for all of us, if we step back and look at our field today versus where we were 30 years ago, it's remarkable. And we are moving forward, but we just are facing enormous challenges. And again, I think it's around advocacy, communication, collaboration, community building, and recognizing that everyone is responsible for and benefits from the preservation of cultural heritage. But Maggie, you know, you raised such an issue. We never want to take funds away from, you know, these other crises. We've got to figure out how to build all of that. Because that is, you know, so essential. And I think often when you're fundraising, you know, you might be working with someone who's already given to one challenge, whatever that might be, social justice, food, literacy, but they too may connect as well to the preservation of art and culture. You know, it's just, again, building those connections and seeing what we can do. But it's a challenge, but it's one that's so enormously rewarding. And again, I have such confidence in our students and in the generations to follow. But we need to continue to build those tools and identify those spokespeople and tell those stories, tell those just, you know, remarkable stories about every one of those objects. And sometimes it is, you know, Richard was talking about some conservators are really focused. They may spend a huge part of their career just conserving a few objects. Those stories are incredible, and we need to tell them about that object as well, not just, you know, larger collections of materials.
Well, when you spoke about your grandchild, I immediately thought, I sat in a meeting on Friday about a project proposal for a transdisciplinary archaeology, ornithology, museology, conservation, and fine arts project. And one of the outputs that was possibly discussed was a children's book.
Mm-hmm.
Because this archaeology, I think most of you probably know about the Mapungubwe Hill in South Africa and the little golden rhinoceros. I think it is a 900 to 2000 BC site, so it's very old. And so lots of people know about it. Now the site, the Schroeder, is a bit newer, but what happened here was in the 1970s, a guy called Edwin Hamish was doing his research, an archaeologist, and he already collected all the data he needed for his PhD. He was busy wrapping up. And at the last day of the digs, he actually found, because it was burrowing season for spring hares, which is a rodent like a rabbit, and in one of these rabbit warrens, he found the Schroeder figures, or the first of them, and then they started digging more and found more. And this is the oldest low-fired clay figures ever found in Southern Africa. But at the same time, that rabbit was also an agent of deterioration, because while burrowing, they probably displaced some of the figurines, they probably broke some of the figurines. And for us, it was an interesting discussion point that when we look at the things that could damage our heritage, sometimes it's also things that needs to be preserved. You know, you need and that's a little bit like with a fire. I hate saying that out loud, but that fire, horrible as it was an enormous blessing too, because it made people sit up and watch and sit up and listen and put the plans you're talking about in place. So we promptly decided one of our outputs should be a children's book about the little spring hare, because although it was an agent of deterioration, it's also what gave us the find. And I think it's finding those little links that makes people realize that conservation and heritage is not something in a museum.
The other thing that's really great about our field, I feel so blessed, to be involved in this field, is it's so interdisciplinary. And so we, when you think about children and their education, the other thing that we need to constantly work on, and we have many colleagues around the world who are doing this beautifully, is finding ways to develop lesson plans that are around cultural heritage, but address science, humanities, and the arts, so that the teachers can use them effectively in their classrooms, because they too have certain guidelines that they need to meet, benchmarks that they need to meet in these different disciplines. But we have these wonderful, again, it's the stories that to tell. And we do have colleagues around the world who are working closely with teachers. We need to do more of that. And the Smithsonian, I think, is doing so much of that with, in so many ways, is such a model for all of us. But it's an opportunity because of the nature of this field. It's hands-on, it's highly collaborative, and it's so interdisciplinary. And so you can, teachers who are looking for ways to communicate the importance of scientific principles can use cultural heritage in doing so, and perhaps inspire students like my grandson Mateo to think about issues that they hadn't thought about. But I do think, Richard, the Smithsonian does this so well, as they do so many things, and that is that educational piece of all ages.
Yeah, I think I've been working for the Smithsonian since 1976. I've seen a long run and fought a lot of the battles, internally and so on. And as undersecretary, oversaw really all of our museums and educational programs and so on, science research centers. And I'd say there's a few battles there. One is, as institutions, where is our energy and where is our focus? And I think both you, Deborah, and Maggie have kind of said, that the museum and the work is the world of cultural is outward. It's in the world. It's not within. We could either be inner directed or outer directed. Outer directed is, collaborative. It's service oriented, it's participatory, it's engaging, it crosses all sorts of boundaries. And you say everybody has a stake in this, because it's your heritage, it's my heritage, it's a country, it's personal, it's family, it's your neighbors. This is important to do. And I think often what I see is the battles hinge on, well, how much is that out, that directed in a larger way, and how much do we concern what's in our walls, what's in our vaults, what's in our cases, what's on our shelves, kind of the selfish institution, I call it. And that's where a lot of the battles, quite frankly, are fought, because they're battles about resources, they're battles about whose problems you're solving. And are we solving I think the larger battles are broader and outward from institutions, but you get many institutions that get very selfish, and that is That's an issue, and some of it comes from self-interest and self-aggrandizement. Some of it comes from all sorts of issues of compliance. Where state institutions particularly said, okay, this is your mission and you're supposed to do that, and we don't want you to do that. We're giving you money to take care of that. Do another inventory of all your collections. Like, can you count up to 160 million? And make sure there's locks on the doors and all that stuff. And you spend a lot of time locking doors, not opening them up.
Mhm.
And I think that is that tends to be a big battle. If I think about Stefan's presentation with regard to museum and museum standards, and Deborah, you know this. I mean, it's like, where do museums get the idea that they have to have the temperature and the relative humidity at this level? Okay, there's some debate over that. Some of these standards get thin, but then we're going to create museums that, while in museums outwardly saying, well, we're trying to educate people to solve a global climate change problem, but we're using 10 times the energy
Yeah.
of other institutions to do it. We have to come up, we have to face that contradiction.
Yeah, some of
Well,
his presentation was really earth-shattering in that way, some of those charts and graphs. One thing though that I do see is that we are becoming more flexible, more nimble in our classrooms in teaching preventive conservation, for example. We teach, this might be the best, but this is a reality. This is a reality within this institution, and it's our responsibility as conservation professionals to work with those institutions to address the reality of what they can and can't do in terms of environmental control. And that becomes so important too, so that our work is not just up here, here are the standards, but and certainly always researching those standards as well, because they're shifting and changing too. But what can be done within an institution to protect a collection that's reasonable, that addresses all of these issues, from energy cost to the preservation of the collection itself?
Yeah, we face that, very dramatically in Haiti, where, because you always have, and it gets to be a thing of disparity of, wealth and circumstance and situations. Some of it, good bit north-south kind of issues. What do you do with countries that don't have that energy,
Yeah.
can't air condition their collections? And then you say, okay, you're a failure.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
You fail. You failed. You're grade, C minus. You guys didn't make it. We're going to lecture you once again on how you have to bring it up to, this kind of standard. And I think what we discovered and what conservators did, it was great. For me, it was an education and eye-opening for me is, we had conservators who had to deal with institutions like the National Library and the National Archives in Haiti, where you didn't have a dependable source of energy. You would have times when there's just no electricity. What do you do when you have like no electricity for 6 or 8 hours a day? And so if you close all the windows, if you depend on an air conditioning system that won't turn on,
Yeah.
it's even worse. So how do you then use, and in the aid world, this became a thing, I think, in the 60s and 70s, appropriate technology. How do you use the tools that you have that are available to you in that context to define solutions that, are appropriate, acceptable, and sustainable?
Exactly. Yeah,
And
and
that,
that's
that
where,
that's yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's where our work has to be collaborative, right? Because the only way you find those solutions is working together.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and, and each challenge will be a little bit different, and each challenge will have a slightly different solution. And also it goes back to, Maggie, what you were talking to Richard about earlier is, again, I think in his examples, what was so compelling is building that capacity within the country or within the community. And it's the same with a cultural institution too, right? And so it's that communication, that collaboration, and recognizing this is what can be done. This is what's relevant for this institution, and that's great. And all of us have traveled around the world and seen collections where there's not environmental control. Those collections, from a photographic point of view, are usually in very good condition, and they've been preserved, they've been cared for, they they're not deteriorating at alarming rates. And so really thinking about these issues as they relate to various sites is so important. And again, that's part of the education and training of future conservation professionals, to be sure that they're constantly focused, and they are, on what can be done, what can be achieved, and how we do that together.
We teach that very strongly. Our vision of our program is to find sustainable, indigenous solutions for local problems.
Exactly.
Because I think if you're in the global north, you don't realize how hard it is sometimes for us to get the reagents.
Yeah.
The right materials. I'm currently working with a student in Zimbabwe. He just handed in his PhD on toxic residues on ornithology and mammalogy specimens and the National History Museum of Zimbabwe, which is one of the 5 largest in the world, which you might not have known. The British
I know that
great
student though, Maggie, and he's fantastic.
But, we sat with us, and when I walked in there with my handheld XRF, everybody just about fainted because the place was doused in mercury and arsenic, and that's why the specimens look so fantastic. But now we have to come up with an alternative. And I mean, I wasn't even that worried about the mercury and the arsenic because they're pretty stable. But when I walked into the mammalogy section, my eyes started tearing. And it was all the naphthalene. Because there was literally piles of naphthalene in every shelf. And what we're now working on is trying to test local solutions like tobacco. We're telling everybody not to smoke because it's not good for your lungs, but Zimbabwe is one of the largest tobacco producers. And they've got tobacco leaves everywhere, which is a fantastic pesticide. So our next step, once his thesis comes back, is actually to try and test whether we can get the same deterrent for pests by using tobacco leaves than naphthalene. And that is very important for us to find. Also, what we do is we go to the communities and we teach our students. If you have an indigenous object, go to the creator communities and ask them how it was made. How did they glue a pot together that broke? Because they don't have a shop with Gorilla Glue around the corner either. Yes, it might not have been as reversible, but maybe not by design, but just because it was what they had. They probably used animal glue or something. Find out what is available already. And do a little bit of reverse engineering on all your Polaroid B72s and things and see what else can be used that we wouldn't have to spend heaps of carbon miles to get it here. And then I can only add to before I finish, what I can add to the museums, we always tell the people, because, oh, by the way, I sit here middle in a 4-hour power outage. I've got solar panels on my roof. That's why I'm okay and I can speak to you. But we currently have what they call load shedding. Now, imagine if you're in a museum with a very HVAC system or something, you're in trouble because the generator takes diesel and that costs money to a budget that already got killed by COVID. So there are really big problems, and we need to have a little bit of pragmatism. Because if these objects, originally they were somewhere in the world, not within the walls of a museum, and they survived there. So it's so important for us not to be totally prescriptive, but to see what is the best we can do with what we've got. How can we keep things stable? Because everything in our collections was either made from something that was grown or from something that was mined. So the reality is everything wants to become soil again. Our job as conservators is to try and make it take as long as possible before it becomes soil again.
Yes, yes.
So, and one just has to be a little bit pragmatic about it and focus on the things you can change and make peace with the rest.
I think that Maggie, I mean, you raised so many good points, but this, as I think about what you're saying in education and training of future generations, right? It's about all the things that we talked about and critical thinking as well. It's about, figuring out like what are the solutions to these problems, the practical solutions, the realistic solutions, the sustainable solutions. And when you talked about going to the individuals who made these objects, this is critical no matter where you are in the world, that we need to understand the value and significance of these objects, who they made, why they're important, what their histories are. And so all of this type of work, this collaboration, will advance our field and is advancing our field in such significant ways, so that the solutions that we create together are relevant and sustainable, and build capacity in those different areas. We've done a fair amount of work in the Arab world, in the Middle East, around the preservation of photographic collections. And there, when you talk about rehousing a photographic collection and the kinds of standards that you want to meet in terms of the enclosures and this paper or this plastic, it's not realistic, for all the reasons that you cited, Maggie. So we, in our education and training, with Bertrand Lavadrine, Nora Kennedy, and others in the Arab Image Foundation, we were focused on what's available in the markets. What can individuals in these countries purchase to, preserve their photographs that they can purchase easily, and that will be useful in that way. And there are so many opportunities for doing that, and that's part of that sustainability and finding those solutions. But the critical thinking is really key too, and because every problem that we face is going to be different than something we faced before. And again, what we've all been saying is the key, when you look at our field and how it's evolved, this focus on community just becomes so much more important, and on people. And in our conservation in the United States, at least, as we look to even revise our code of ethics, the discussion is around centering the work that we do on the people who created it, the people who own it, the stories these objects tell, as opposed to just the object itself. And I think that's all the things that we've sort of been saying in different ways in this panel, which has been really, a great joy to participate in.
Well said, well said.
Would you like to make some closing remarks? Because Buram, I think we're probably close to our time. We've been at it about an hour.
Richard, you can, I got to think about.
Well, I think, look, we three here are probably, are without without exaggerating, probably the older generation, given who we're talking about, whether Maggie, it's your students, or Deborah, your students or grandchildren, and me, all our interns and people who come to work at the Smithsonian and various of our projects. And I think we've learned a lot. I think we've come a long way. And I think the, situations in the world have prompted that and made that necessary. And I think I see far more interdisciplinarity, far more kind of it's pragmatism with with an idealism. I mean, it's not just, pragmatism for profit or anything. It's pragmatism in terms of dealing with cultural heritage in a way that's beneficial to human life and respectful of the cultures and people that inhabit the planet. And so I think we've come a long way, and it's probably our job in our years to try to make space. I think young people will create their own spaces. They'll Deborah, your grandchildren will create stuff we can't even imagine right now what they'll do, but they will. But it's also our job to help give them a good foundation, make the space, provide where we can the resources, the lessons, so that they indeed can do a bit better than us in this work. So it's a good time to stock take, especially I think after coming out of COVID and coming out of a period of kind of isolation and reckoning with our own vulnerabilities and our own mortality. For our field to take that look and say, okay, how do we provide and how do we prepare so the next generation could succeed us and do better than we can.
Yeah, I think what I guess what I would to add to that, Maggie, would say that we just need to keep finding ways to communicate these stories, the stories that these objects tell, and to engage the communities who are surrounded by, who love, who care for, who are passionate about, committed to this cultural heritage, and to do that in an equitable way, to constantly focus on issues around social justice and sustainability every single day, and to constantly find ways to demonstrate the value and significance of cultural heritage and how this work helps to address the challenges that we face as a world. One thing that, we take these Zoom screens for granted now because we're on them all the time, but what an opportunity it is that we can meet in this way, and we need to do more of that, because the work that we're trying to do in all of our classrooms and all our institutions and all our communities needs to be even better connected, because we learn so much from each other. So that's the opportunity that we have with these technologies, is to connect more often and more consistently, and to be relentless in our advocacy for the preservation of cultural heritage and its connection to humanity. I think is so important. I feel so privileged, I think we all do, to be involved in this field, to be involved in the education and training of future professionals. I have such hope and promise. I see the promise in these students, and that's the exciting part of our work.
Yes, I think the youth is so much brighter than us. They're so much more flexible than us. They were taught in a different way than we were taught. And it really is probably what's going to give them the skills to stay alive for the next 50 years and not destroy the planet. I want to end probably with what I learned from these associates talking about the young conservators, because one of their roadmap's main points was a discussion on from heritage science to heritage care, which I found a very nice terminology. But then flowing from that, you were talking now about reaching out also to the communities and to everyone involved. And where we always started off with a three-legged stool, they actually talk about networks of care. And that is everybody involved in the heritage, tangible and intangible. And it's these networks of care that we need to activate to keep our heritage safe from external risks and from external influences. Because if we can't do it alone. But if the whole world realizes that it's every person's heritage and every person's responsibility, we can together make a difference. Well, I think, want a concluding word on it, Deborah?
No, I just said that was beautifully said. That's a great conclusion, I think.
So what remains to me to say again to Bayung Wang, Richard and Stefan, thank you so much for really insightful lectures. Stefan, you made my day today when you went off about how hard it is or the fact that you built these state-of-the-art museums that is maybe counter-climatic. I just felt less of a failure. Because yes, sometimes there's standards we struggle to get up to. So guys, thank you so much for participating. Deborah, I think we need to invite you to South Africa to come and give us a workshop, because that is advocacy.
Yeah.
To the wider population about how to care for their photos at home. We've
Yeah,
just
Maggie,
done something like that, and it's amazing how people suddenly learn about conservation if you do it.
yeah,
We did something on care for your treasures.
yeah.
And we got the housewives and we taught them how to look after the paintings on their walls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Years ago, I had the great honor to do a workshop with the Ezekiel Museum.
Yes.
And it was one of my all-time, favorites. What a wonderful group of participants I had, and what an amazing, amazing country. So
no, then we got to get you guys back. Come and help us. We need all the help we can get. So, guys, thank you so much for this session. And thanks for the nice discussions we had. And I think Borum and them is probably ready for their closing ceremony just about now.
Great. Super.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Thank
please
you.
keep your Zoom connection until we finish our closing ceremony. So thank you again for the interesting and then productive discussions for a long time. So now we move to the closing ceremony. I'd like to share a video made for everyone. The first video contained the voice of undergraduate and graduate students about cultural heritage. So it's okay. Let's share the fresh perspective of the new generations.
과거 사람들의 SNS다.
생활이라고 생각합니다. 저는 모래알이라고 생각을 합니다.
되게 문화유산이란 도서관이라고 생각합니다.
Well, the heritage is like library. I said that because we are the means that we can communicate with people in the past, and we are those actors. Through the cultural heritage, we trace back the people's life in the past, and we may imagine what life they would have led in the past. So the cultural heritage can give us that experience. So I think we can serve as a platform. Through me, there will be people who can experience cultural heritage. So I think this could be a standard for how to use cultural heritage. There are invisible information. If you look at the cultural heritage, there are hidden invisible information. So my role is to make them visible so that other people can see them as well. One of the examples is that the nighttime military training content that I am involved in for its development with a lot of conservationists and experts would collaborate to create new content so that general people can get closer to the cultural heritage. So such a system should be created. I'm thinking about that. And my role is like a platform like Twitter and Instagram. And my classmates would serve that role together.
앞으로 거의 인생의 모든 시간을 문화유산에 둘러싸여 보내게 될 것 같아서 생활이라고 생각하게 되었습니다.
I think I'll be living the rest of my life surrounded by cultural heritage. I'm going to be thinking about what its value is, how I'm going to convey it to the public. And when we create the cultural heritage contents, we try to think about what its essential value is, what kind of criteria in relation to the World Heritage List it is connected to, or the national designated heritage. So that would be at the basis of our judgment, and then we will work with that judgment to create a storyline and then put the right technology on it. And the contents that comes out through this kind of process, I hope will allow the people to think about the cultural heritage, its core values, and how they are going to better use it.
I am involved in the project dealing with intangible cultural heritage. I believe I experienced that what we do is like building sandcastle. I am thinking about the prototype database building, and that is also undertaken by the Cultural Heritage Administration. So I'm thinking about a lot of research into dynamic archive, how to visualize, how to record tangible heritage, and cultural aspect and conservation is important.
So the materials, the technology, that reflects the actual livelihood of the people back in those days, their history and their culture. The utilization of heritage can be made by providing more opportunities for more people to actually enjoy the cultural heritage. You have to experience it in order to really learn the historical cultural values and ultimately conserve them. And with this, we want to create storytelling contents. We want to record the performances of those intangible heritage transmitters. We also want to add mobile real-time experience exhibitions, use webs and applications on the online platform. We want to make sure that the heritage is utilized for all the people of our society.
Heritage conservation at the University of Victoria. I have a keen interest in ceramics, and what I love most about the THC course is that we have a very broad knowledge base. We don't have many conservators in South Africa, so we can't just specialize in, say, stone or glass. When we do ceramics, we cover the broad majority of ceramics.
My name is Hannes Kalsenbroek. I started studying tangible heritage conservation just over a year ago, and my background is in fine arts, and as a practicing artist I was under the initial naive impression that I would seamlessly be able to transition from being a painter to becoming a paintings conservator. This course, however, has made me realize that there's much more to conservation than just art. While my artistic background has equipped me with an acute awareness and attention to detail, as well as fine motor skills, these alone are not sufficient to be a practicing conservator.
Hello, my name is Joanna Ndaikele-Kwangishiko. I'm from Namibia. I'm currently doing the Masters of Science in Tangible Heritage Conservation with the University of Pretoria. Studying this Masters has been one of the greatest opportunity, as it has really allowed me to understand the concept, the ethics and the standards of heritage conservation. We have covered so much. We have had so many modules, and I don't really want to pinpoint at any of them because everything that we have covered so far has had its own merit. But if there's something that was new to me was paintings, not even really new because I love paintings. But paintings is just something that I've never really imagined working with. But now that I understand the whole science component behind paintings, I'm ready to work with paintings, and I'm so grateful to our lecturers. We have had amazing lecturers that just know how to put it out there and make students really grasp the whole theory and practical knowledge. Thank you so much, and I'm really grateful.
Hello, my name is Danielle Knutzer, and I'm a recent graduate from the University of Pretoria's Tangible Heritage Conservation Program. I joined the team here at the University of Cape Town's Special Collection Library Department, working under Senior Conservator Nancy Child. We are trying to establish a conservation unit, and I am working as the junior conservator, which you might know is no small task. The objective for starting this project was born out of the disaster that struck at the very heart of the university's library. This happened on the 18th of April 2021. the historical Jagger Library went up in flames. The need for conservation was now more urgent than ever, but fortunately, it has been decided to formalize a conservation unit working towards a prospective archive. Unfortunately, though, the lack of professionally trained conservators, and more so the lack of university qualifications in the field of conservation, makes this project no small undertaking. This is why the role of the University of Pretoria's Tangible Heritage Conservation Program is vital in shaping conservation within South Africa. The discipline of heritage conservation gives us the necessary guidelines and tools needed to achieve correct preventative and remedial conservation within the UCT libraries. Our memories and our histories, I would argue, depend on the archival and the material things that we record and preserve in society's life. Here at the library, we deal with different kinds of paper objects. Objects like photographs, maps, architectural plans, books, to name a few. The objects hold within them the power to retrieve individual and collective experience. I feel that this is a good enough reason for us to treasure our paper objects and to recognize the importance of promoting heritage conservation as a discipline in South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, so how do you think about this video? I think this video shows why we should organize the GCPCH. So now I would like to share the video about the interview of Professor Anna Karlstrom, one of our GCPCH steering committee members. When she visited the Korea National University of Cultural Heritage, we took it for the GCPCH 2023. After this video, I would like to give the floor to someone who would like to add their comment as committee members.
I think the Global Consortium for the Preservation of Cultural Heritage has a great potential to further develop and strengthen collaboration concerning education in heritage science and heritage studies and conservation, because the consortium consists of many universities, and they are represented almost all over the world, which I think is an extra asset because it has a democratizing component to it. We have representation from all the continents in the world, which I think is quite unique. And with different preservation ideologies and different perceptions concerning preservation of cultural heritage, I think it is also important that we have this global consortium to get all these components together and discuss the common challenges that we have in the world now with cultural heritage that is suffering from climate change and all other things. So primarily I think the direction should go towards educational programs. But of course we cannot separate it from the research that we all are involved in. So I think it should go hand in hand with also strengthening research collaborations to make the education even better.
So lastly, I would like to give the floor to Professor Maggie. She will share her opinion about our future of GCPCH, and then she will give the information about the host of GCPCH 2023. So, Professor Maggie, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, if you listen to the students, you will realize why I think our heritage is in safe hands. We have a great future ahead of us in conservation because we've got a phenomenal young generation taking over from us. Regarding the next Global Consortium meeting, I just got the happy news yesterday that the board of the Netherlands Institute for Art, Conservation and Science agreed that NICAS would host the next meeting in Amsterdam next year. So we hope to get a lot of you there. We hope to get a lot of our young conservators involved and grow this fantastic vehicle really to be that advocacy that we need for our field. Boram, to you and Jungte, I can just say you did a phenomenal job under really difficult circumstances. So well done.
Thank you so much.
It was fantastic.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Maggie. So now I would like to invite Professor Young Jae Kim to the stage for the closing remarks. We welcome Professor Kim to the floor.
Hello everyone. So my name is Young Jae Kim. I'm teaching the Korean National University of Cultural Heritage. I would like something about today this year meeting. So, 6 years have passed since the declaration was adopted at the 8th UN University President's Colloquium in the 2016. And GCPCH was launched at the same time. Afterwards, the 2017 the General Assembly in Milan, Delhi, the 2018 the General Assembly in Mumbai, India, the 2019 the General Assembly in Washington, and the 2022 General Assembly was held in Pretoria University, South Africa. This year, the 5th General Assembly will be held at the Korean National University of Cultural Heritage in the 2022. There were so many challenges in preparation for this event over the past year. First of all, we have difficulty in having work continuity in the process of the changing on the GCPCH preparation, the operation manager at our university twice. And even more, the participation rate of the online meetings for each university managers for the preparation rate also decreased. However, in the second half of the 2022, the GCPCH General Meeting, the schedule was postponed to the December, along with the criticism of the low meeting participation rate. GCPCH has agreed that the preservation of the cultural heritage is one of the critical challenges in the modern world. They have emphasized that the global university, the teaching, and the research community are committed to making innovative contribution to cultural heritage sites and conservation through extensive educational program, a major collaboration research initiative, and effective engagement. The future direction of the GCPCH is much clearer on those foundations. However, mutual interest and the participation are very essential for that goal. In the era of the COVID-19, it was difficult to band online only. But in the era of the post-COVID-19, we hope to build affection and trust for each other enough to achieve our goal based on face-to-face exchange. Lastly, in the future, based on our experience as a host organization of this year's assembly, we will prepare the place for the dialogue, knowledge exchange, and project incubation in the East Asian local area. And activities to strengthen education and training, the research and exchange among members in the various fields within the cultural heritage site. I would like to express our gratitude once again to all of the GCPCH members who helped us successfully host to the 22 DCP states. I appreciate all of them. Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Youngjae Kim. I'm chairperson of the DCPCH Theory Meeting Committee. So this is the last event, last session. On behalf of Korean National University of Cultural Heritage, I would like to thank you, all presenters who gave us excellent presentations, and participants who have participated online throughout the whole event. We thank Ms. Sohee Lee and Ms. Ju Kyung-byun for the perfect interpretations, and staff members of the PM Watt Studios for a smooth online broadcasting today. And finally, I'd like to very thank you, the Boram Sin. I think today is a great achievement today. So I appreciate all of everything for her. This is the end of today's meeting. So we really hope to meet you in person next year. Thank you so much. I appreciate all things. Thank you.